Here we go. Hey everybody, we're live. We're gonna test our audio, see how everybody's doing. How about let's start with Stebbins, who's the lowest.
Testing.
How are you doing?
Hopefully this is fine. I'm doing well. Just ready to get going. Favorite event of the year is NFL draft, and look forward to this year round. So let's get this thing going right.
All right, Jamie, say hi.
Hey everybody. Hey everybody. How's everybody doing today?
Okay, Mike.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
All right, chat, let us know, and I'll listen too.
Beer.
Echo.
Gotta love it.
Woo! Let's go. All right, so who's echoing? Lots of echo, huh? Okay. I'm gonna mute it. Let's see. Okay, when I'm talking, everybody else is good. Daniel. Let's see. Hold on a second. Can I get rid of this? We'll figure this out, hopefully. Daniel, say what's up.
What's up? Echo. Testing.
Oh. Okay. Mike, say what's up.
What is up?
Lots of echo, huh? Okay, I'm gonna listen back. Hold on. Okay, you guys go ahead and carry on a conversation. I'm gonna work on this thing.
All right, that's fine. Welcome guys. Hopefully I got to mute the stream. I'm so sorry. We're finally here. We're finally back. 2021 live draft show. Good to have the guys here. Always great to have everyone back. Talk football. It's finally great to learn who's going to where, powder blue, where they're going forward after this weekend. Nervous, anxious, tons of things to think about. But overall, glad to be here. Glad to be here. Well, too. So Daniel, how are you doing today?
Doing well. Chat, seeing all the echoes. Hopefully, we can get that figured out. Again, Blame Stanley. But no, excited for the draft. For it to get going here. Like I said, love the draft. Been my favorite sporting event for years since I was a kid. And just something about it always intrigues me. So I'm excited to get rolling, see what happens. It might be a crazy one we got in line for us. So excited for the night.
All right, guys. Yeah, you're echoing. Let me try to figure this out. We'll figure it out. Fuck.
Good golly. feel like we should have went live quote unquote earlier to try to settle this. It's probably a little bleak. Cutting close. We're gonna figure it out last night. It did take a little longer than two.
I'm sure Garrett sorted out. He always does.
Yeah. We figured it out. Yesterday, and I thought we could easily just do the same thing tonight, whatever that was. But apparently, it is not. But appreciate the patience. Yeah. Sounds like we're echoing so terribly. So we might as well just sit here in silence. Probably better for our viewers.
I mean, the echoing or Kings of Leon. Take your pick. You know.
Goodness.
What? Did he really? I think he'd be crying if he did. Hey. Stop. You should piss him off. Let him go. Okay. Oh, we packed all day ago. We'll unpack tomorrow.
Jamie, you need yourself if you're gonna talk.
Oh, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
My bad.
No worries.
I thought I muted the mic.
I think you gotta hit the button on Skype. Be sure. It was fine until we got the baby dolls. Like I was like, all right.
that was the breaking point.
I don't know.
Hey, chat. Out of curiosity, is there echoing right now? Curious, because there's some feedback I was hearing earlier, almost like a staticky noise. I'm not hearing now, so I'm wondering if it's still echoing. Big time echo. Nice. They're making the chair a thing. Oh man. They lean the hell into that.
Does Roger think people like him?
I think he has himself out.
already tired. I'm already tired of the chair bit.
It got old fast. It got old fast.
Are you guys watching NFL Network or another one?
I'm watching NFL Network.
I'm on ABC.
Currently Googling how to stop an echo live. I don't know if I'm find the answer.
I wish you well. Oh man, Jeff, you got the right idea right there. Urban shots sleep. I can hear myself. Someone has the stream background. Hello. Let's try talking while I was muted. Yeah, am I echoing still? Let's find out.
Hello. Testing.
We're getting no echoes. Is this the moment of truth? No echo? I just said something. Hey, people.
Rocking and rolling, lots of positives. It hasn't transitioned. It hasn't gone bad. We're still good. Just can't hear Garrett? What? One person can't hear Garrett. Two people said can't hear Garrett. 3 people. 4 people. That's a trend. It's officially a trend.
Oh my gosh.
I love this.
All right,
No
well,
one-
welcome everyone. Oh, look at that.
No one can hear your breakdown right now, so you're free to go off. Hashtag.
Just because I think this might be funny, a guy in one of my dynasty leagues just claimed Tim Tebow.
Wow, shocker. Trevor Lawrence at 1. Who would have guessed? Oh, my bad. Didn't realize I was that far ahead.
We waited. We didn't even get to 1 pick before it was tipped.
Apologies.
I love that. He's just like he's just kicking people out of his chair. Trevor Lawrence's brother is rocking cheetah print jacket, and I'm all here for it.
I can. Imagine you're probably asking the audience. Stanley, if you're watching. I can.
Ruben's in the chat. Says me and Daniel are still good.
They just compared Trevor Lawrence to Joe Montana, so it's officially draft season. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah, they just did the Joe Montana thing on screen here. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but on NFL Live, when they were going through the top prospects, like it was Charles Davis's top 5 for each of the position. Underneath Trevor Lawrence, it just said Justin Herbert plus, which is hilarious. But screw him.
But screw him. Hello.
So what could possibly be the reason behind that? Like, that's such an odd thing.
Grace can hear you.
Garrett, I can't believe you would say that. My goodness. That sucks, man. Any and all frustrations again, we must direct that towards Stanley. Always Stanley. I can hear.
I can hear
Can you
you
hear
too.
me? Thank you. I was questioning. I was really honestly not sure. Thank you. All right. Fuck it. Jamie, what do you think about Niners here? Where do you think they're going to go? Think they're going to go with Trey Lance, Justin Fields, or the Mac Jones everyone loves so much? Where do you think they go here?
Man, I just
After
have such a hard time believing they traded up for Mac Jones. I gotta think it's Trey Lance. It should be Justin Fields, but I think it'll be Trey Lance.
Yeah, I think Justin Fields will make a lot of sense. I mean, he's my 3 for sure. Mac Jones, man, I have so many friends that are Niner fans. I would love that so much, honestly, if that was the case. But Trey Lance, I think, would also make a lot of sense, being that they do still have Jimmy G, and he's a feasible starter for the year. But I don't know. I think it ends up being Trey Lance. I think that this Jimmy G stuff is a bit of a smokescreen. I think they end up going with Trey Lance. Yes, I can, Garrett.
I think Wilson and Mac Jones are the two biggest surprises for me in terms of how high they're going.
For Zach Wilson, and I expect him to be a top pick. But the way he solidified himself essentially with the second overall pick is kind of insane.
Because he made a couple big throws rolling to his left against nobody, and he kind of came from out of nowhere.
I can hear some
Zach Wilson, Broadway Zach.
The Jets picked him, so you pretty much guarantee he's going to bust. They haven't had a single pick workout for like 10 years.
Yeah, and historically speaking,
just an incredible streak. I mean, at least the Browns finally got over their streak of wasting top picks on terrible players, but the Jets are still kind of in it, except for Quinnen. He's still good.
I actually agree with Otto Silva in the chat. He looks like the quarterback on teen movies.
Yeah, he actually does. That's a good.
He genuinely does, man.
Good comparison.
He has like 2 lines in the movie or something, and it's no, totally.
You guys feel like teams overrate arm strength in some cases?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I would, if we're going to go there, I'd say that arm talent is more important than arm strength for me.
I'd agree with that. Being able to put the ball where you need to.
I mean,
make off platform throws.
Josh Allen had to find arm talent, to get to where he is now. He had all the arm strength in the world, but it didn't make him an instant star like any of these other guys with actual arm talent. But now he's kind of found it, so look where he is.
Agree completely, and it's what you can do with that arm strength, and being willing to use it in the right places too. Which, being the Fresno State guy that I am, I'm going to keep going back to Derek Carr. He has all the arm strength in the world, but the dude just doesn't use it. And so what is having the arm strength if you're not going to, utilize it? So at that point, it kind of becomes but if you have the arm strength and you can utilize it with that arm talent that you guys are talking about, and knowing when to uncork it, when to use that to get into tight windows, that's where it's at.
Sometimes we fall in love with the off-platform stuff and the off-schedule stuff, and we forget you still have to be able to win from the pocket. And even with Josh Allen, he had a great season last year, but I think there are times when, in the playoffs in particular, where it seemed like he was having a hard time functioning within the confines of the offense, and he needed to break contain and get outside and make those off-platform throws to make plays. It just seemed like things were happening quickly for him in the playoffs. And I'm sure that'll change as he gets older and more experienced, but still got to be able to win from the pocket. Sometimes we lose sight of that, but that's just me.
That was Allen you're talking about?
Josh Allen, yeah.
Yeah, agreed completely, man. But that's the leap he took from year 2 to 3 was tremendous.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's as someone who hated him completely, did not like what I saw out of him in college whatsoever, and I saw almost every one of his games being a Mountain West fan. It's not the same quarterback, man. It's amazing what he did. So if he can at all use that to take that next step forward in the areas you just mentioned, geez, man, that's a weapon.
Yeah, he had a great season. I'm not taking anything away from him. He was fantastic, and the leap he took was pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm. It was crazy keeping track of this, the betting line on who this pick was going to be. Just a roller coaster it took from Mac Jones to Fields to Lance, back to Jones, back to Fields. It's been all over the place, man. People genuinely have no idea where this is going to go. That's the exciting part of this stuff, man. 1 and 2 is solidified for so long, but having this much smoke screen,
This is incredible. This pick will define Kyle Posey's time as a new 49ers fan for a long time.
Okay, can anybody hear me? How's the sound going
Yes.
now? I know you guys can.
I can hear you, Garrett. You sound great.
Thank you. How about the chat? Wait a minute. Let's go, chat.
Oh,
I think
Yes!
we got it.
there's a lot of yeses.
Touchdown!
And welcome,
Let's go!
and welcome to the show, Garrett Sisti.
Thank you.
The degeneracy level of this stream just went up.
Oh my God. Now we're talking.
That's a cheers.
All right, so can we officially begin the stream, or how are we doing this?
Well, I've been drinking, and what I've been drinking a lot of is 394 Pale Ale,
Nice.
So
which I drink every year, I feel like.
I think so. I was gonna give beer and then realize it's probably why I feel terrible all the time. So I went with liquor. So we're doing rum and cokes today. I've got some other miscellaneous stuff that I might get into later, but rum and cokes it is. For moi.
Very good choice. I made a little. I know it's not the right cup. I know. My apologies on not having a copper mug here, but I made a Moscow Mule. Got a few more on deck. Should that be needed? And then depending on how the pick goes, I'll have some shots ready. So
One of the things I got is for my birthday. I got a bottle of a Mediterranean fig vodka, and there's a drink from Iowa City, this pizza place in Iowa City where the University of Iowa is. They just do a Mediterranean meal, so it's just a Moscow meal, but with this fig vodka, and it's insane how good it is. Phenomenal.
You cannot go wrong with a mule.
hey, there you
A
go.
big mule guy.
Yeah, but that's a can, Jamie.
Oh no, it's so good.
Is it?
Cutwater
Is it- what
stuff.
is
Is,
that? Oh, Cutwater.
Cutwater?
Cutwater's good.
It's
I have
really
not had
good.
that. I have not had that. That sounds delicious, though.
they have a whole line of mixed
Take
drinks
it.
in cans that
No
are
one
phenomenal.
tipped the pick. No one tipped the pick.
They have like a tiki rum Mai Tai that's so
That's
good.
like 14% alcohol or something like that. It's crazy. One of Gracie's friends' moms was drinking that last year, right before the quarantine started. She had one and hadn't had anything to eat and fell off her chair and passed out. It
Ooh.
knocked her right on her ass.
Ooh.
Literally.
That happens to the best of us.
Oh,
Hopefully.
the notification on my phone popped up for the third pick, but it cut off the name, so I'm safe. But
Oh, don't. I guess I'm behind you guys because it says the pick is in.
yeah, no, the pick is in, but they haven't showed it on screen. But my phone got an ESPN update about who it was, but their name was cut off.
I'm not saying
So I
nothing.
lucked out there.
Yeah, please don't say anything.
Oh, I'm not tipping nothing. I'm waiting until you guys.
They
say
just
something.
announced it on NFL Network.
I'm on NFL Network right
heck?
now, and it says the tip
Roger
is in.
Goodell
The
hasn't
pick is
even
in.
walked out yet. Now he's walking
Yeah.
out.
Oh, see, I'm with Mike.
Oh, you guys are like streaming, right? Yeah, I'm on. I'm just over over
Do
the
I
air
have
stuff, so
to
it's pretty far ahead.
spend
guys
thousands
should
of
pause
dollars
it.
to get a stream that makes sense or that's up to par? Because I don't think since we've been doing this show, I've ever had a stream. Even when I was watching on a legitimate cable television, I was behind.
Yeah, it's true.
Chat, don't
But
tip,
I'm
don't
with
tip
you,
it,
Mike,
don't tip
so-
it, chat.
Yeah. Hey! Yes.
You get it, Mike?
Nice. I got it. Trey Lance,
I was right.
baby.
That's what I thought
Trey
they'd go.
Lance.
I thought they were
Kyle
going to go Trey
Post
Lance.
doesn't have to hate himself.
Yes.
Good job, Trey Lance. Man, that's a good call by them. They could have easily
That is.
screwed that pooch. That's awesome.
And good night to any local Applebee's in the Phoenix, Arizona area. Kyle Posey will be visiting you soon and getting very, 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 very
What's their
drunk.
dollar drink this month?
Is that the margarita?
Oh, I'm sure he'll find out soon.
Has he been anti-Mac Jones? I haven't seen his stuff
he's
in a while.
Very.
Man.
Mhm.
Yes. So now we need, the Chargers need, for Fields to get taken and Mac to get taken before 13. And that's going to push somebody down the board, whether it's a corner or a tackle.
Yeah.
What they need is for Denver to quarterback. I would think.
Maybe somebody jump up to take quarterback. Maybe New England take a quarterback.
maybe
Yeah.
Chicago, although that's a big jump. But
Yeah. Hopefully Denver takes Mac. And yeah, what Louis said in the chat, Jamie and Stebbs, you should pause for like 15 seconds. Pause your feed. So that way we're all on the same page.
No, yeah, mine's like over the air or stuff.
What do you mean it's over the... You can't pause it?
I'll
I
just turn
can't
it
pause
off.
mine either.
Jamie, Daniel, I just made it so our feed now has no echo.
I told you,
You guys
I'm
can
turning
pause.
it off. It is going off.
Oh. Yes.
Just for
so,
what it's worth.
So
for
now
everyone
that
who likes,
we're on, now that we're live and we're all here, make sure you go over to @BoltFan in Denver and say fuck Stanley, and I hope he knows that he messed up today because we could have been on the air already and we could have been talking, and this is all his fault. Just so everybody knows, don't blame Garrett. Don't do any of that bullshit because it wasn't my fault.
Just Stanley.
The good news is I was able to finish a beer already before the third pick was made because I've been trying to figure this whole thing out.
Nice. That's a successful night right there so far.
So, all right, if you guys can't pause, then Daniel, Jamie, don't say the pick.
I'm not.
Mike and I are on the same feed, and we'll say it.
Can we drop hints?
I'm not.
No.
I'm not saying no. Nope. I'm just.
You dropped. You spoiled the Herbert pick last year. Don't
Yes,
do that
you
again,
did.
Jamie.
Did I? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
You said you can go ahead and throw up that graphic now, Stanley. I went back
Yeah.
and watched it yesterday.
I have no recollection of the events in question.
The amount of hate from most of us in the chat on that pick, man, it is so great to go back and watch that now, knowing what we know. Man,
Oh yeah.
I love it. I love it. I will eat all of
Yeah.
that, bro. Every bit of it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I feel like we should have had like a really good like speech planned. You know, like when somebody gets canceled and they've got to go in front of the podium and like say, I didn't, that doesn't reflect me, that isn't me, all that stuff.
Yeah.
We should have planned something like that out.
At least a notes app. I mean, something, right?
Oh, dedefinitely. A notes app apology. Yes,
At least
Daniel.
that.
Yes.
I've been on.
Somebody
a couple-
compose a notes app apology right now. Send it to us, and we'll all make sure to tweet it out.
But it can't be your words. It's got to be from like your lawyer or your PR person or something. Somebody has to
All right,
write it
well,
for you.
All the
Mike's
legalese
cat?
all over the place, man.
Mike's cat will be our lawyer.
Her name's
Have him-
Sylvia, and she's a diva and sucks.
Oh, well, tell Sylvia to draft something up for us here. So I've got 3:23 left on the clock, 3:21, 3:20,
329, 328.
Oh.
242.
All right, Mike. Here's the deal, Mike. You're gonna say the picks, okay?
All right. I'm gonna go hit. I'm gonna see if I can like refresh this and see if it goes forward at all. This is insane. Like I feel like someone hates me in another life because there's no
With these feeds.
306, 305.
Oh wow,
Yeah, I'm at 250, 249.
Give it about 20
248.
seconds.
my pick is in.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
about 20 seconds.
I have the worst
So-
luck with this shit.
So the Chargers need Mac taken soon, Justin Fields taken soon, like Micah Parsons.
What would be great is
Kyle
for
Pitts
somebody to
went-
trade up to 4 and take a quarterback.
Yeah, or Atlanta goes quarterback, and picks Fields to go behind Matt Ryan here.
I'm on ESPN now, and I'm at 2. The pick is in.
Yeah,
Yep.
Mike.
Right about the
so you're
240
five.
mark,
You're
it
5
comes in.
seconds behind us, Mike. So Mike, you announced the pick.
I think ESPN's further along for some reason than NFL Network, so I might have to stay here.
You're gonna be on ESPN.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a
Okay.
little bit ahead of what NFL Network was. And it's got Louis Riddick, so
And again, in chat, do not tip the pick either, please.
yeah. We do have the power to kick you out of the chat. Do not tip. This isn't a game of just the tips. All right.
Hello.
Just a tip, just for a second, just to see how it feels.
When it gets to the Chargers pick, though, I am gonna actually like turn the whole thing off. That way, there's just no threat of me even looking that way. So.
Yeah.
Now, if you believe all the hype leading up to the draft here, it's Pitts, and then the next pick, the Bengals, is going to be Jamar Chase.
Here comes Big Raj.
We'll see.
For
I see him
the
walking
Chargers
down.
pick, I think that's a good idea that we all kind of like shut everything off. But I don't know how much. I don't know. I don't want to like keep you guys from like responding or reacting your instant reactions just because I'm behind. I think that'd be a little.
So
unfair.
Roger's walking up to the podium for me. How about you, Jamie? And
They
made.
announced the pick.
oh, okay.
Roger's walking up now. He's like 20 feet from the couch.
I like how the couch is the marker now for
I
us.
just heard it.
Oh my God, how am I that far behind?
Streams, man. That's how that works.
What? Like, how do I get any closer? You know? This is supposed to be live TV. Like, I know it's a stream, but like it's a service that's supposed to be live.
You don't have like a digital antenna or anything like that?
I do. It just doesn't get this.
Oh, it doesn't get ABC?
No.
Oh shit.
Or it might.
Have you heard it yet?
Kyle Pitts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got
So
The unicorn.
in Iowa who's the biggest
Yeah,
Falcons
man.
fan, and he was so scared about Julio getting traded or anything like that. The fact, dude, Julio, Kyle, Calvin Ridley, and Hayden Hurst can all be on the field without, really being a truly like a two tight end set is insane. That offense, dude, Matt Ryan is just, Matt Ryan
And they're
is over the moon.
and they're totally set up for their next quarterback too.
They really
Yeah, but
are.
at the same
That's a
time, they
good
don't have a
point.
running back at all. They literally do not have a running back.
But they've worked on their offensive line. They've got offensive weapons other than a running back at this point. That's a pretty solid base for whoever. That
I think they
quarterback's
probably
gonna
have
be.
to go. They have to go defense for the most of the rest of it. Otherwise, because I think they got rid of They got rid of Keanu Neal, and they lost. I think their other safety. I can't think of right now.
So
Robert
now,
Alford, is
Now
that
we
his
just
name?
gotta hope.
Yes, he was a corner.
We don't want the Bengals to take a tackle here.
Well,
No, we want Bengals to
They're-
take a receiver.
Jamar Chase,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Chase.
Jamar Chase, cool, whatever. Give Joe Burrow one of his former weapons.
And-
Do not
Any receiver will do.
any receiver will do.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so the draft is essentially gone the way anyone else thinks it was going to go.
With maybe the exception of Lance.
I mean, I thought it was Lance. I know everyone and their mom thought it was Mac Jones, but it just made no sense. Once you heard the comments from Shanahan talk about how you need guys who can move around and are elite athletes and things like that for the position, it made zero sense for Jones to be that guy.
I don't remember who I heard it from. I want to say it was Matt Williamson on their podcast. He had talked about how you don't pay Lamborghini prices for a van, which is essentially what they would have done to give up that much to get Mac
No,
Jones.
for real.
You
You
don't do that.
Ouch.
You don't pay that much money to land a healthy version of the quarterback you already have.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, look at that. Arthur Smith there, man, looking large and in charge in that draft room. I'd be happy as hell with Pitts.
I'm just watching these Pitts highlights, man. This kid,
Yeah.
shit.
So I put a poll out today to see how people liked our draft. What do you think the grade was? Did you see what the draft was yesterday, Jamie?
I didn't see it, no.
So we got Elijah Vera-Tucker in the first. Went with Joe Try on the edge. Then the corner Tyson Campbell, tight end Tommy Tremble, Bobby Brown the defensive tackle, the corner Benjamin St. Just, guard Robert Jones, Daz Newsome, and then the running back Ben Mason.
The fullback.
The running back fullback. And at 46%, it was a B.
Yeah.
Everybody's worried about Vera-Tucker being a guard.
Yeah, I had a guy coming back and forth with me on Twitter just not too long ago about how he was 100% a guard, and I'm like, you got to quit that shit. It's not 100% like people think. It's
Arm length
people who-
alone, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was explain to me why he's a guard without talking about his arm length.
Yep.
And then I never got a response out of him.
My favorite is I hate USC linemen, so he sucks. I got a lot of that.
I hate
Well,
USC linemen.
to be fair-
Wasn't there one that's been successful in Dallas for some time now?
Yep.
100 years ago.
Still, I mean, he was,
Yes, of course.
I mean, the most recent offensive lineman.
It's that Austin Johnson.
Well, Austin
syndrome.
Jackson, and then
Or
before him
Jackson.
was Chuma Edoga. But I'll tell you what, both Austin Jackson and Edoga were guys that weren't highly touted for like the whole draft process. They were kind of late risers. Edoga was good at the Senior Bowl, but Vera-Tucker has been good and been considered one of the top prospects for pretty much the entire offseason. It's not like he had a late rise or anything. Like, this guy's good. People didn't have to convince themselves of that.
Yeah, stop scouting the jersey and actually watch the tape because he can play.
Yeah. We've also seen Austin Jackson for 1 year on a bad offense. So, I'm not going to bury the kid at this point. So,
I mean, I've seen a lot of these USC offensive linemen, and I thought a lot of them sucked. Wheeler, Austin Jackson.
Isn't Wheeler the guy who almost killed his girlfriend?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
who was
that's
the
him.
giant guy that was drafted a year or two ago from?
That was
USC?
Wheeler.
Okay.
That was Wheeler. Yeah. Usually I watch these guys and I want to throw up in my mouth like they're terrible. But Vera-Tucker can play. I mean, he's got the feet. He's got the hand technique. He can slide and move and mirror. He's great at the second level. There's really nothing he can't do, in my opinion. And he's the kind of guy that I think, you draft if everybody else that you want is gone, and you take him, he just gives you a lot of flexibility later in the draft. He can play tackle. He can play guard. He gives you that flexibility of taking a guard or a tackle later. I love him. He's the number 3 offensive lineman on my board, regardless of position, and he's my number 3 tackle. So I think he can play there.
Yeah, I feel that completely, man. He was actually the first offensive lineman I watched this cycle, and I was blown away, honestly. Seeing what he did, especially against Thibodeau, man. I brought this up last night in the mock draft, but what he did against Thibodeau, I thought was just fantastic. Thibodeau got him on 2 snaps, but otherwise, I mean, you're talking about a guy who's going to go top 10 next year, and this is his first time being out of tackle, and he held his own against him for the overwhelming majority of the game, man. One speed rush on the outside got him badly, but otherwise he was really solid. And everyone else he dominated. So I raved about what this kid did. When I heard his arms were that short, I was shocked because he looked like a natural tackle. I did not see guard only on that tape at all.
Yeah,
won the Morris Trophy. I mean, for those who don't know, the Morris Trophy is the best offensive or defensive lineman in the Pac-12 that's voted on by your opponents. So your defensive lineman that you face vote for the best offensive lineman and vice versa. So this isn't like scouts or anything or coaches giving him the award. It's literally the people he played against. So, I mean, there's weight there.
Yeah, and I'll admit, when I watched this tape, I went in thinking, I'm going to hate this guy. USC, overhyped, he's going to be terrible. And the more I watched him, the more I liked him. And I came away just absolutely in love with what he can do. So he totally flipped my opinion of him watching tape.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody's mentioned this already, but we had kind of talked about hey, we'll be talking about the podcast and also on the live mock draft, but if for whatever reason, I mean, I think he's the 3rd best offensive tackle, period, above Darrisaw. So if he doesn't work, if AVT wouldn't work out at left guard, you've got an elite, or at left tackle, you could always kick him inside to guard, and you got an elite guard play. So I think he can play left tackle in the NFL, but I love him.
I think he has Pro Bowl potential at both spots, to be honest. I think he's an immediate difference maker at both spots. And if that's what you're looking for, then you can't, even if he is a guard, even if he fails at tackle, and he turns out to be a guard, as an immediate difference maker and a potential Pro Bowl player, how can you not take that at 13?
I talked about it yesterday with the live mock draft, that he gives the team flexibility. Say he comes in, play him at left tackle. If he's not a good left tackle, he can move to right guard because Odeabushi is still on a 1-year deal. And then they can go, maybe if they go AVT in the first, maybe they can pick up another offensive tackle since it is a deep class with one of their 2 third-rounders and be okay in year 1. In year 2, that third-round tackle can sit for a year potentially behind Tucker. and then move into the starting slot in 2022. Or if there's issues immediately with Tucker at left tackle, then just make the switch. I mean, they'll find a way to get the 5 best linemen out there. They'll figure it out.
Agreed,
Let's
man.
We're having some celebrations over here.
go.
Yeah.
All right, so
Let's go, Mike.
all right, so without the pick happening, he's about to say it.
Push them down the board, baby.
Jamar Chase.
Absolutely.
So that was for real. Like, these were the 2 worst kept secrets.
Woo.
Miami,
In the NFL.
Miami worries me at 6.
Dude, how cool
Yeah.
would it feel, though, to be Jamar Chase being like, I'm going to go meet up with my college quarterback that helped me set records in the NFL? That's such an incredible feeling. Let's just think about that plain as day. Holy cow. That's like your buddy has a perfect millionaire job, and then your buddy's just like, I'm going to help you, come work for us. And then he
Come be a
gives you
partner.
that job. Right? Like, it's what a feeling. What a feeling.
Yeah, man. No, that's that's great.
And it's one of those situations where I think the Bengals fans, I haven't speak to one, but I'd have to imagine they'd be happy either way. I mean, you get either the offensive tackle prospect that everyone has loved, or we get the wide receiver that is setting you up for the future. With AJ Green gone, this is instantly your number one, and it already has a chemistry with the quarterback. They work well. You love the quarterback from last year. It's setting that offense up for success, man. It's an exciting move for him.
I don't want to jinx it, but this pick has to be a receiver or something. Like, it's if Tua's really their guy for the future, get him the weapons necessary. Why not get him one of his weapons? The same way they got Burrow Chase, get him Smith, get him Waddle, something like that. They've put resources into the offensive line recently. And we talked about Austin Jackson. Michael Dieter was a 3rd-round pick out of Wisconsin. What was it? Robert Hunt, right tackle, I think might be moving inside a guard because he didn't fit too well on the outside. I mean, they got people there. I don't think it's as big of a need as they say. So I can easily see them passing on Sewell. Again, don't want to jinx it, but it would be weird to me if they did pick him. It would just be a luxury pick, I think, for them.
I think they're going to take Sewell. I think they're going to take him and put him at right tackle. That's my opinion. And there's been reports about Sewell working at right tackle the last couple weeks.
Yeah, he did.
So
you're right.
I don't see, if they're talking about moving Hunt inside and they just traded that loser Eric Flowers, you got to think they're setting themselves up to take Sewell. That's my opinion anyway. But I'd be thrilled if they took Waddle or Smith.
Nah, man, they signed DJ Fluker. They already have their answer. They're good. They're good. Don't need to worry about that one. It would be kind of crazy though to have.
You mean Alex Leatherwood?
To have back-to-back quarterbacks reunited with their wide receivers, with Chase and Waddle.
This is a big trade target too.
That's the thing, though. I mean,
Miami had talked about wanting. I mean, they wanted Chase or Pitts, and they were willing to trade down to get some other guys.
The pick is in awful quick.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
But no, you said we have to worry here at 6. I mean, 6, 7, 8, 9, really all of them.
I think I think the best fit here is probably Waddle, if you're talking wide receiver.
I mean,
let's look at it this way. They have their ex-receiver in Devontae Parker. They've got a speed guy in Will Fuller. So you'd think Devonta Smith is, an excellent Z receiver that can move around the formation, do a bunch of different things for him. If you want to look at it traditionally that way, Smith makes sense. But again, either or of the Alabama receivers are possible and would be huge here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it'd be Waddle though more than Devontae Smith, but you're right. It could be either of the two.
I like Waddle a lot. If everybody was gone, all the tackles, corners, I could make a case for Waddle.
I'm content with Waddle because I think he's the yards after catch threat that the Chargers haven't had since Tyrell Williams, and Tyrell was so easily just schemed open.
He's a walking touchdown. I mean, all he does is score touchdowns.
And he's
at all 3 levels of the offense, all 3 levels of the defense.
Miami's listening to this, by the way, so let's butter them up a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, if all the tackles are gone and the top 2 corners are gone and they don't see Vera-Tucker as a tackle, I mean, it wouldn't be ideal. It's not the way you want things to go, but Waddle will make a lot of sense if he's on the board. It's something that I could get behind for sure. We talked about it on the show. it makes
Yeah.
sense in terms of where the offense needs to go down the line to better fit Herbert instead of Rivers in the next couple of years. Waddle makes a lot of sense. They just don't.
Yeah, they need that dynamic, real speed guy, not like a long strider like Tyrell or Tyron or Guyton.
Yeah, I think
need real
Tyron's
speed.
going to wind up being a pretty solid possession receiver. He runs pretty good routes. They just lack that quick twitch explosiveness to make people miss
Well, that's what I'm
and
saying.
stretch the field. Yeah.
Yeah, they need that one of a kind athlete.
Yeah, they
and this-
don't have a
and
guy,
Waddle's that guy.
who can erase like tackling angles and things like that. I mean,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is
Mhm.
this is a guy like, again, Tyrell was a long strider type dude, but you could scheme Tyrell to run a 5-yard crosser underneath other receivers, Allen and such, and he could outrun some people for easy yak yardage. And Waddle can do that with gusto, right? He can do much more than just that. But even when you make him do something as simple as that, he will excel. And I think that's huge for the offense.
Yeah, and I think Waddle allows them, if they wind up, well, so much for that. Oh shit!
All right,
Just
well,
tipped it. Sorry.
nice.
I guess we're
Hey,
tipping.
that's okay. That's okay.
Sorry,
Just
guys.
don't do it for the Chargers, Jamie. But these tackles are coming down the board, fellas.
Damn,
They're getting kicked down.
You-
what
United.
a bummer.
That would have been the fallback for me, for sure.
Whoo! Okay, so.
Do you want to just say the fucking
Okay.
pick?
We already know who it is, don't you?
I mean, if I take the chat seriously,
Oh, the chat told you?
well, someone said in the chat that Popper tweeted out who the pick was. Yep,
Oh,
3
okay.
pass catchers in the top 6. All right, so it's Waddle.
Yeah. Let's go, baby. So 6 more picks.
Well, I'll tell you what. When Jamie
Both
made
corners,
that
both
reaction,
tackles.
I thought it was for Sewell, not as in like well that goes that idea of Waddle. So when he said that goes that idea, I was like, oh no, we lost the idea of getting the tackle like what we wanted. But no,
Oh,
Waddle's fine.
no.
Okay, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm
Waddle-
okay with it. I was
No,
just
he was
surprised.
talking about Waddle and then went, oh, never mind. Like how he'd be a good fit for the
Yeah, but I'm
Chargers.
gonna assume the worst with that reaction.
Oh, okay. Well,
We have been conditioned for that for sure.
whoo.
So what did I
right.
do? I did.
Stanley's in the chat.
I have 6 pre-written posts for who the Chargers could pick, and so far they're all there. So we've got to get one of these dudes. Unless all 6 picks go in the next 12, at least I got it.
Way to pull back the curtain.
Sorry.
People are thinking you're writing that live.
No, guys, 101 here with stuff like this.
Preparation.
I don't type that fast.
So I'm curious, who are everybody's top 5 tackles in this class?
Like just in general.
If you had to rank them 1 through 5, the top 5 offensive tackles, how do you have them ranked?
Okay. Sewell, Slater, Tucker, Darrisaw, and then I think 5 is a tough spot. You could go Ray Duns. Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins is 5.
Cosme.
Yeah, I like Jenkins.
I'm going Sewell, Slater, ABT, Darrisaw, Jenkins.
Yep.
So for me, I have Sewell, Slater, Tucker, Mayfield, Eichenberg. And my next 2 are Ray Duns and Jenkins. I actually have Darrisaw as my 8th tackle.
Wow.
And
Okay.
I think 4 through 8 are all fairly interchangeable. They're all guys with
I think
good
Mayfield
flashes
has
on
better
tape,
system.
need work.
Lions scare me here for tackle. But I go Sewell, Slater, Vera-Tucker, Jenkins, Darrisaw.
Yeah, I think Jenkins is going to be a guard.
Well, some think that Vera-Tucker's going to be a guard too, but
Hey,
if not,
chat.
if you're taking Jenkins off, then Ray Duns is my 5th.
Like, hey, seriously, don't spoil in the chat, man.
Is someone doing that?
Yeah.
Somebody just spoiled the pick.
Yeah.
Oh crap! And you don't sound happy. So
It came in fast too.
Detroit and Carolina scare me for tackles. And also, you got to consider that Cincinnati went wide receiver, right? They need tackle help too. They're probably going to grab somebody at the top of 2.
Oh, for sure.
And you'd have to think that the Dolphins probably will too.
Right. So if you're thinking ahead, and I'm not trying to spoil it, I don't know what the pick is. I'm not looking at.
It could be Mac Jones that'd still be upset. Like,
You know what? You're
stop doing
correct
that, guys.
though to think that since they both just went pass catcher, O-line's probably top of 2, which means that if the Chargers don't get a tackle in this round,
Yeah.
They might not get
They're
one.
they're gonna miss out. Yeah, you're gonna probably wait until the 3rd round, top of the 3rd, to get a tackle at all. That's worth it.
Yeah, they're going to be in a real tough spot. Just looking ahead. So if Sewell or they don't think Vera-Tucker's a tackle or Slater's gone, we'll see.
Crack it open. I heard that.
That was me.
Let's go. I'm about to go make myself a second one.
I'm gonna go fix one when this picks in. Take it by Daniel's reaction that he's not super depressed that it's not who we thought it or hope it would be.
They haven't announced the pick yet. Oh, you're talking about it being tipped in the chat?
Yeah.
No. Seriously, it could have been Mac Jones, and I still would have the response. It doesn't matter who. I just don't like it being tipped in general. It doesn't matter who it was.
Yeah.
Was it a tip or a prediction? Because people were predicting stuff.
It didn't
earlier.
say like I think it is. It straight said it is this or like Lions take.
Well, that's I don't think I'm that far behind, but
The Lions draft room is dancing and celebrating. Like everybody's hugging and dancing and cheering in the Lions draft room right now.
Well, I mean that tells me they got a really good player, but it could be Michael Parsons for all I know, who's a heck of a player.
I almost wonder if they go quarterback here. Maybe they're stoked that it's
They get
Fields.
Justin Fields.
Yeah, somebody they just didn't expect to
Well,
fall.
I'll tell you what, if Anthony Lynn got in Campbell's ear and was like, we need a mobile quarterback, like he wanted.
Anthony Lynn's poll. Was it a knee biter? Is that what they were? Is that what the coach said in that press conference?
Yeah. Yep.
And I don't know who it is yet because they haven't
Look at
announced
them.
it.
They
But
are
I will
jumping up
say
and down. Holy cow.
Mac- they showed Mac Jones just a minute ago in like a blue leisure suit
Where's
with a big
Anthony
smile
Lynn?
on his face. Damn it.
Dude, they are really jumping up and down and hugging. Holy cow.
We can hear that.
Damn it!
Yep, damn it.
Who was that?
Damn it's right.
Whose TV was that?
I'm guessing that was Mike.
No, it's not mine.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I heard it through someone else's, so it's probably Jamie's.
definitely not mine.
That's a horrible place. Damn. Damn. This is not where I thought a tackle would go, I'll be totally honest.
I feel like nobody really knew
All
what
right.
was going to go there.
Yeah. So hopefully Carolina takes Fields ahead of Denver, and Denver takes Mac Jones. That's what I'm hoping right now.
Or somebody trades up.
So I get to watch Penei Sewell go up against the Vikings when we watch them here twice a year. What a boring place, man. What a boring
Damn.
place for him to go. I'm happy for Penei because he's a great guy. What an absolute boring place. Damn. F's in the chat, boys. I'm making another drink.
Doesn't say pick Zinnia for the Panthers. I know this was another spot that people thought might be a trade down. So I'm watching Drumline. Got some band playing in the background. Oh, I don't think Jamie muted. You definitely didn't mute.
I'll get the Sissy. No, I think we have no.
All right, I'm back. How depressed is everyone on a scale of 1 to 10?
I expected it, so I'm not really not too upset about
Yeah,
it.
you know.
It, I mean,
Yeah, I thought there was a good chance that they were gonna think about trading up. Just to, you know how Telesco loves to reunite players with other players, where he did like he got Derek Watt for Melvin Gordon, and he got Joshua Perry for Joey Bosa, and then the Notre Dame players. I was just hoping he would do that for Herbert and reunite him with Sewell, but wasn't the case.
That was always kind of a
Maybe he
pipe
tried to
dream.
trade up and couldn't. Yeah, of course, but still, it would have been
It
nice.
was, but the fact that he got past the Bengals really got me excited.
yeah.
Yeah.
Panthers pick has 47 seconds left.
They're entertaining trade talks right now.
Was the spot. This was a hot shot that everyone predicted.
This feels like
Because everybody else.
this feels like a good spot for New England to trade up.
I mean, if Carolina just traded Teddy Bridgewater, let's hope it's Teddy. I'm hoping Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I do
but
not
could you
want him
imagine
against-
Sam Darnold gets traded just for a team to pick another QB?
Who cares?
I know, but I'm an empath, man. I feel that shit.
No, I know. I hear you.
Still got 2 quarterbacks
I hear you.
out
But
there.
for right now, for this current scenario,
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
nobody cares.
fair. Fair.
Honest.
For right now, fuck those feelings. Let's go.
All right, time to go. Delete the Penny Sewell post.
Knocking them out one by one, huh?
Yeah.
So they just had Rappaport on saying that they're choosing between two positions. Tackle does not have them.
That'd be great if that's the case. I mean, let them take a wide receiver or a tackle or something, a corner or whatever. Go ahead. Or a quarterback, I mean.
Yeah.
He said
Detroit.
quarterback and
Go
corner
ahead.
is what he
Cool.
said they were looking at. And he named two specific players.
All right.
Well, yeah. I mean, this was the team I was scared to take another tackle.
Same.
Denver's definitely not taking a tackle.
Giants could.
Dallas is probably looking at corner.
Yeah, Giants
So-
though is the one you got to look at.
Yeah. They still got some teams to clear here still, but
Man, I would
Yeah,
love to see
Rappaport's
Mac Jones
on
go
right
to
now.
Denver here. It'd be amazing to see Mac Jones go to Denver. I would be so happy.
so their top corner is probably Surtain, hopefully.
Yeah.
Because I want a chance at J.C. Horn.
Stanley, is an anti-tip still a tip?
Won't tip the pick, but it's not. Here's a few options.
What is he doing? Shouldn't he be in here?
I wouldn't be surprised if this was like Parsons or something, trying to pair him with Brian Burns. They
Well, I
did
won't
lose
say it.
Kuechly, obviously. All right, well, your reaction is even.
One of the two players Rappaport mentioned just got picked.
Not reacting.
Oh, I bet this is Horn.
I didn't hear what Rapp said, so
It-
let's hope it's Fields.
It's not Fields. Stanley said it
It's
wasn't Fields.
Yeah, it's not. It's
Oh.
not Fields. But this is good because hopefully this means somebody trades up to 9.
Damn it.
Man, if we see Green Bay suddenly picking at 9, the internet's going to break.
God, that'd be probably crazy.
Could you imagine trading up for quarterbacks 2 years in a row?
At this point, man, it's all fair game with those contracts.
Damn. All right, time to delete the horn post.
Damn it. Okay.
I felt like he would kind of become a pipe dream when he tested so well, but man, every mock seemed like it was going to happen, or at least have a chance to happen.
He is so good, so fun to watch. The ball skills.
This could be a Micah Parsons here. Yeah, dude. Horn's by far the best corner.
So
Yeah.
This is where he should have gone.
Surtain's not a slouch though, which is, you know.
I love this tape. Don't take it wrong, but there were also a lot of games where it was also not his fault, but it was boring because they never threw his way. So it was almost hard to watch some of his games because I got almost nothing from it. It was like, which I mean, just says a lot, of course, but it's like, just test him a couple times, please. Give me some offense that throws the ball.
Who are the other corners for the Panthers? Like, do they have anyone he's like pairing up with, or is this just an attempt to fix a skill or a position that's just terrible?
Let's take a quick look here.
They had Bradbury.
They have
he's
Dante Jackson.
Oh, Dante Jackson, yep.
They have Troy Pride Jr., AJ Bouye, they just signed. Rashawn Melvin, they just signed.
So it's fine. It's a fine position for them, I guess.
It was a need. It was definitely a need. Pair him with Jeremy Chin. That's a fun.
Yeah,
that's
actually
duo in the DB group, man.
It's not a bad. Not bad.
Turcos Matos, Brian Burns, Shaq Thompson, Derek Brown.
I've got quite a few picks
in the dudes on that defense. Damn.
In one of my dynasty drafts, I've got 3 first-rounders. I've got 6, 7, and 11. So we got to figure out who my targets are.
Our constituents, Americans, beer drinkers. I asked for immediate consideration of the Bud Light Summer Stimmy. Highlights include Bud Light giveaway sports tickets, beer, and music to people across America.
Does anyone here watch New Girl? Or I've seen it.
I've seen the first couple seasons.
Okay, never mind. The Bud Light commercial just had an actor from that show that I don't know if anybody noticed. All right, Rashawn Slater, Tucker, and Surtain drafts are in the dashboard still.
Getting closer.
Hey, Stanley, you there?
I am here.
Okay, hold on. Let me push it live. Let's see what the chat says if you echo. And if you echo, I'm kicking you out.
Okay.
Oh, Stanley's in here?
Because this is your fault, Stanley.
If I start echoing, I'll fall on my sword and leave.
Yeah.
Oh, I hear about echoing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay, you're echoing. Hold on a second. Great. Now you're gonna come in here and you're gonna disrupt everything, huh?
You can boot me out if you want.
I love it.
Hold on.
Someone said he's perfect.
I'm getting another.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this person's trustworthy. I'm just saying it.
It's probably Trina. It's probably my wife.
There was echoing on this end.
Who is?
Stanley was at
okay.
first.
Yeah, I think it's just Stanley. Oh, there you are, Stan.
Okay. Stanley? Start talking, bud.
The person said he's echoing.
Okay. Say hi, Stanley.
Hey, am I still echoing?
Start talking, bud. The person said say hi, Stanley.
Someone said everyone is now.
Am I still echoing? Okay, I'll just leave.
Hold on.
Hold on, I didn't hear any echoes there.
Someone said everyone is now. Am I still echoing? Okay, I'll just leave so you don't figure it out. Hold on, I didn't hear any echoes there. Oh, they said it's good. Chat says it's good.
Let's go.
Baby.
All right, now listen to me, Stanley, since you're
Yes.
here. Don't you ever not show up for draft day again. Ever.
Well, this was my youngest sister, and so I won't have any more graduations that'll pull me away until Declan graduates college in 21 years. So
Okay, well, then you can, I don't know. Then at that point, find some, maybe I'll have perfected it by then in 21 years.
I think that's enough time to learn how to use this.
Sweet.
So we have to have Mac Jones go in the next 4 picks.
Or Justin Fields. Yeah. Justin Fields
So
and Mac Jones.
Smith,
hopefully.
Fields, Surtain, and then so I'm looking at NFL. The top players left for DJ, and Slater's the 4th best left, which would put him at 12. It just if they go in that order, or at least in the top 4 together. So Parsons or Mac Jones.
Broncos pick is in finally. They had
Don't spoil
I'm
it.
not
Don't
56.
spoil
their pick is in. They had like 30
54.
seconds left on the clock.
And my whole stream just started buffering. I'm gonna fight everyone who's involved. Mac Jones looks mad bored.
There's not enough alcohol in this house right now.
For
me,
just in general?
just because of what's going on behind me.
Oh. Gotcha.
That's fair. God, we're only at pick 9, and it's been an hour and a half since this thing started. It's gonna be a late night.
All right, so did you guys do the thing where you like paused and synced up your screens? Like, what are you guys seeing on
No.
No,
the
they
screen
can't
right
do
now?
No,
it.
somehow in the year 2021, Jamie and Stubbs can't pause their TVs.
Okay. Well, I'm in a hotel, so I can't either. So just let me know when you guys get the pick, because
We're waiting for
seeing-
we're waiting for
Okay, the pick happened.
we're waiting for
Oh.
who's got it? Mike has it.
Okay.
I got the update on my phone, so I know what happened.
Denver's pick is in.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Roger.
Goodell just announced it on my screen.
He's answering it right now.
Sounds like no one.
Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, so it's a surprise.
I have a bad feeling about Dallas at 10 now, based on the last couple picks.
Okay.
Like, you think they're going to go tackle?
I think they might.
Patrick Surtain. All right, so the Chargers are not getting a corner in the first.
They aren't.
This is probably a smart move. I'm a little upset that he went to the Broncos because it's just more people, more talent that Justin Herbert has to face. So they got a really good corner to match with Von Miller and Bradley Chubb.
I think Dallas is going to look at this and say both the top corners are gone. There isn't an edge player worth taking here. Let's take an offensive lineman because our offensive line is getting old. That's my gut feeling.
Someone, I don't know if it was Daniel Jeremiah or somebody was saying that watch for Parsons here just because of Sean Lee's retirement and
Yeah.
getting a third linebacker to again round out the trio of Jalen Smith, Vander Esch, and then now Parsons. So we'll see.
That'd be great. I'd be perfectly fine
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, great point.
Let's go with that one. I like that.
I'm sure that, yeah, let's do that.
You didn't like my
Tell
idea?
Stanley to get,
Right.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Certain post. Certain was the last one I did, and I was pissed I was doing it because I didn't want to do it in the first place.
You were hate writing. That's great.
I was hating writing. Like I went from not wanting to do it whatsoever to already halfway done with it and just being super confused about the whole thing.
He had some fun tape too, though. Honestly,
Dude,
I liked Horn better, but Sertan was fun to watch.
Drew Lock is going to be the truth.
wow.
Man,
They're really going to
two
just
quarterbacks
stick with Locke.
still. Damn, just realized that.
I mean, I know, yeah.
Damn, I think I for a radio show I do in like Palm Desert, I was filling out a survey where you could win like a jersey or something, and it was like, how many QBs will go in the top 10? And I said 5, for sure.
Oof.
Well, you missed
Bummer,
that
that's
number.
Fine. I mean, maybe other people sucked at it as well. I just thought like with the way, at least with all the buzz and stuff, how people weren't going to trade up for their QB. It's still a QB league. It just seemed like that's where it was going, but oh well.
So in addition to Sean Lee retiring, they also chose not to pick up what's his name's fifth-year option.
Smith?
No, the
Van Der Esch?
yeah, Van Der Esch.
Yeah, injuries and whatnot.
Seriously?
Man.
Oh wow.
He had a great rookie year, but he's been,
So Parsons
Boys
could
are
be
good.
a guy they take here.
They
I
could.
didn't realize
Yeah.
That Van Der Esch has been in the league for 3 years already.
Yeah. Jalen Smith was signed long term. Van Der Esch. Yeah, this is his 4th year. Okay. Huh.
So Patrick Surtain's dad, who played with the Chiefs, is still going to get to watch his kid play his
Cheers,
former team
y'all.
twice a year. Schefter just said that Dallas is likely to trade out of 10.
They just said on the network that they have traded out.
Is this the Patriots coming up to get Fields?
No, it's Philly.
Mhm.
That's not good.
Well,
With the receivers off the
Wow.
board.
do you think the
An
Hurts was a good
in-division
fit?
trade?
Unless Hurts stuff was bullshit. There are
Or
two
is this-
quarterbacks on the board for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Dude, what would be
they've been
crazy
talking
is
about finding competition for Hurts.
dude, Cam Newton coached Justin Fields in high school, like at camps and stuff. So that'd be kind of cool to have one under the other.
Huh. It took all the way until pick 10, but there actually was a trade. I thought there'd be a little more than that, but let's see.
The Eagles.
Yeah. What's
What
the
they went up?
compensation?
They went up 2 picks. That's not good.
It was for their first and third. They gave him a third to move up.
But who's the pick? They don't
Is
need an
Smith still on?
offensive
Is Devontae Smith still on the board?
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
I lost track. So maybe that's it.
it very well could
Yeah,
be.
I think they've had him. They've had a wide receiver to the Eagles. But what?
I don't think this is
who are they?
necessarily a bad thing for us. So
Well, look at it this way. They're getting ahead of the Giants, who needed a wide receiver.
yep. Also
So-
an offensive lineman, to be fair.
I was thinking
Yeah.
Smith was already off the board. So with them
Nope.
moving up, you got to figure it's for Smith.
This has got to be for Smith, I think.
Fingers.
I mean, if you have Hurts at quarterback and Fields is on the board, would you trade up for him? How much faith do you have in Fields?
I can't.
Or, I
believe
mean,
this is
in
gonna
Hurts,
fall out
rather.
of the-
That's what. Yeah, I was gonna say I have more faith in Fields than Hurts.
That's what I
Fields
meant.
falling out of the
Yeah.
top 10, man. All that slander over the last couple weeks really did it, huh?
Over Fields.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This dude was like supposed to be the bona fide QB2 behind Lawrence, and then
And he
something
played
happened.
very well last year. He
Yeah,
looked
I don't
really
get
good.
The ticker for ESPN says that Philly still got the pick at 12. Maybe they haven't
They haven't
updated
updated it.
but
NFL
Oh,
has
okay.
it. Who are you on?
Do you
Anybody?
guys feel like Fields is a victim of scouting the jersey instead of the player? Because I feel like if he played somewhere else and did what he did at Ohio State, he probably would have been picked by now. But it seems like those Ohio State quarterbacks just don't pan out for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I think that might be part of it, but you also like Mike said, there's there's been some stuff that have come out in the last few weeks. People could be looking at, he's transferred, because he didn't win the starting job, all that. There's a lot of this non-football related stuff that seems to be out there about the kid. But I watched him play football. I watched his tape. It was fantastic. So maybe that is part of it, the helmet, but it shouldn't be. This dude can play. Oh, Mac Jones. Oh, they cut to a live feed of him, and he just looks deflated, man.
I bet his hopes got really high with all the buzz he might have been hearing from the media.
They caught a live sigh out of him, dude. He went.
He'll probably wind up in New England and be fine.
For real, though.
Fields is still there.
Yeah. Fields
is going to fall right to New England, and we're all going to pay for it.
Okay.
They cut to Parsons, and he's not happy, so I guess he's not the pick here.
Philly's letting that time run out, too, man.
How much faith do you have in Daniel Jones if you're the Giants at this point, and Fields is on the board?
How much should you have, or do they?
Yeah,
have?
exactly.
If you're the Giants, if you're Gettleman, and Fields is on the board when you're on the clock at 11, how much faith do you still have in Daniel Jones?
I have none.
Yeah.
I had none when the pick was made, and I've seen nothing to change that.
Oh, it only cost him a third-round pick to move up 2 spots, huh? Interesting.
Yeah. The fact that it's in division, I think, is kind of surprising, though. I think that might tell me that Dallas is thinking that Micah Parsons because he wasn't going to be taken before that.
Anyone else find it really annoying when a team trades up and it's like we still got to wait their full time to get the pick in?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
you traded for somebody already. Make the pick and let's get it over with.
Let's keep things moving.
You trade up and I don't know actually. Who do we want to take?
Yeah. We know we want to trade up, but we don't know for who yet. Well,
Oh shit! They actually hit accept.
Oh shit. Guys.
I didn't think they'd say yes.
Holy shit! They did it. What do we do now?
Panic! Panic!
We are almost there. I'm noticing the rate
Oh.
which have gone up.
Is anybody watching the ESPN feed?
Nope.
Oh,
I am.
See.
Okay.
They don't have NFL Network in the subtitle.
then you just missed it because somebody's crying. They just tipped it.
Oh. How dare
So it's somebody there.
Yep.
So I'm guessing Smith. Smith's there. Parsons
Smith's
is
there, Parsons there, Fields is there, Jones is there. So like all the top guys are there. So it could be anybody. See how I redirected you?
Oh,
could be anyone.
all right.
Yeah, good job,
Could
Garrett.
be anybody.
Also, while we're waiting for it to show up, how awesome is it that they brought Goodell's basement chair like up on
I think
the
it's
stage?
super lame, actually.
I think it's hilarious.
I was annoyed
I mean,
instantly
don't
about
get me
that,
wrong. It was
honestly.
hilarious. It was hilarious for a second when I thought he'd have it like himself, just like posted up on stage, and he'd be sitting in it, kind of like have the whole bedside table thing. Like, I don't know, but
Did you guys see who it is?
here's the pick:
Michael's about to get it now.
Okay.
Devonta Smith. There we go.
Yep.
All
and
right.
apparently, Rappaport and Schefter are saying Giants are in heavy trade talks for 11.
Chargers. Slater's the
Someone-
only one left here.
I think.
Yeah, someone wants
I
to go
think
for Slater.
with Dallas as the only other option for an offensive tackle before the Chargers, I think this is probably a trade-up.
Someone wants to go for Slater.
Please. And if
I
it
think that has
costs
to be.
it costs a
that has
third
to
round
be the
pick and
Chargers.
you got 2 of them?
So here's the other thing: the Vikings have a shit ton of picks, and there's a chance that they're able to outbid the Chargers to go up.
Yeah, they could go for Slater.
But would the Giants kick down that far?
To 14? That's not that far.
Yeah.
Well, what
oh,
are they,
yeah,
if they're
right.
still looking at a wide receiver or something, you could still go.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Bateman at 14. Yeah.
Bateman, Marshall, Kadarius Toney. I don't know what type of receiver they need, though. I mean, they've got Slayton and Shepard. They need more of a true X receiver with some size to him, and there's not really that except for Bateman.
Okay, so Chicago just traded up to 11 with the Giants.
Ooh, quarterback.
Yeah,
That's quarterback all the way.
Justin Fields, baby.
Oh,
we
my
love
goodness.
that.
Yes.
We love that.
Justin Fields. Holy cow.
Good.
But that still doesn't stop Dallas from being there ahead of the Chargers.
I don't see them going offensive line, though, do you?
I mean, the thing is, their bread and butter, right, was their offensive line, which allowed Zeke to eat, and, you know, that was their identity. And I think they lost their identity with the injuries to their line this year. And I just wouldn't be surprised to see them try to fix that again.
So their starting guards are Connor Williams, Zach Martin, and their centers Tyron Smith and Lyle Collins.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
I guess they were injured last year, and all those guys are obviously coming back.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Unless they're not
man.
sold on Connor Williams, I don't know how he's been, but that's the only one they might replace because this is his last year until free agency.
I think Williams was hurt last year. Like their whole line
Isn't
last year.
this? Yeah, he was. Isn't this the first year Gettleman's ever traded down? Wasn't he like
He made
never
hold on.
traded
He
down?
He
in
went out of his
history?
way to say he would trade down if the right deal came along. So
Right, and so here it is.
Dude, wait, in the thing I saw, Gettleman said he wasn't going to be fleeced. Like, he was like, anyone else can be fleeced, but I'm not going to get fleeced.
Yeah.
Basically
far
saying
down
if
did
you
he
trade
fall?
down, you get fleeced.
usually getting fleeced is a discussion you have when you trade up, not trading down. That's a weird mindset.
They traded down
So
1, 2,
Next
3,
year's
4,
one.
5, 6, 7.
Here's some-
They traded down 8 spots.
So here's
got
the other
next year's
thing to
one out of that.
consider too is that so this is going to be quarterback here. Dallas wouldn't have traded down with Slater still on the board if they wanted to go Slater. They would have
Correct.
had to take him and not trade back with the chance that the Giants could have taken him there.
That's why I think they're eyeing Parsons because Parsons was not going to go ahead of that. I think that's why they're looking at him.
Right. So so the Eagles knew that the Giants wanted a wide receiver. They jumped the Giants. They got Devontae Smith. Giants traded back because now they're going to be looking at a wide receiver. Dallas wouldn't have traded back if Slater was there and they wanted him.
So the Giants, for trading back from 11 to 20, got the 20 pick. Next year's one, a fifth this year, and a fourth next year.
So
Wow.
So if you follow the logic,
Damn.
They got less moving, or they gave up less moving up for this than they did when they moved up like 3 spots for Trubisky, I think. They gave up a boatload of picks for Trubisky.
Didn't they only move up one spot with San Fran?
Was it once? It was whatever it was. They
Spot.
gave up a ton of picks. People were shocked by what they gave up.
Yeah, but I think it was like 3 to 2 though. Damn, that's a good return, honestly. Wonder if that means Giants were eyeing wide receiver. Fall back to 20 and get the next guy on board or on deck. Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about this right now.
I'm gonna laugh if Chicago takes Mac Jones with Justin Fields on the board.
That would be fantastic.
I think everyone should.
they just showed a quarterback and the quarterback was super happy. So I don't know if you saw
Really?
on ESPN, but yeah.
I didn't see it. I mean, cool. That makes me happy too, honestly. Now that it's a line and they haven't gone yet, so
So if let's go around the
Yo.
horn here. All right, let's pretend this is a quarterback. Dallas takes
Parsons, Jalen Phillips, Quiddy Pay.
yeah. Well, let's say they take Slater. Who do you want?
Me, I want AVT. I want AVT. Love AVT. Absolutely loved it. Again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but really his tape was fantastic. His tape was not guard tape. His tape was tackle tape. I get it. 32 and 1/8 arms. I hear you. The dude went up against Thibodeau. That to me was the test, and he passed that test to me. I would be thrilled with the AVT.
What about you, Jamie, same.
If they take Slater, I want ABT.
Yeah, say Slater's
Yeah.
gone. Who's your
Like I said earlier, I'm taking Elijah Vera-Tucker without even a moment's hesitation. I think they'll take Darisaw, but I would take Elijah Vera-Tucker.
Mike?
You're muted. You're muted.
Mike's muted. Mike, you're muted.
Sorry, I was writing something up. Sorry, you're asking who I think the pick is if Slater's gone, or just in general?
Who would you want if Slater's gone?
Vera-Tucker.
All right, so we all agree.
Okay. Has Chicago set the pick to any of you guys? Yes.
He's announcing it right now.
No.
Yeah, he's at the podium right now.
He's at the podium.
And also, just for everybody watching, Stanley's gone. His internet died on his hotel.
So we all want ABT. That's our preferred pick. Assuming they feel the way that we kind of feel they might, with the whole arm thing, guard thing with ABT. If Darisaw is the pick, assuming Slater's gone and the other thing with ABT, how would you feel about Darisaw? Garrett, how do you feel about Darisaw if that was?
Oh, nice! You're doing a little round table.
Yeah.
I like that. You know, I don't hate it. I mean, at that point, Darisaw is my 4th or 5th best tackle on the board, and I know they'll love his size and athleticism. But to me, he's closer to the 2nd round tackles. But then again, you got to remember, all those early guys, Miami and Detroit and everybody else didn't go tackle, so they're probably going to be off the board. But he's closer to the the Reduns and the Ray Dunns and the Mayfield,
Then
Eichenberg area
Jenkins.
for me. But again, I understand it. He's athletic. I think, on paper, it's going to make a lot of sense. I wouldn't be thrilled about it. I'm just fine with it.
Jamie?
I'm of the same mindset.
They just made the pick. Did anybody see it?
No, not
I'm
yet.
not reacting though. I'm being good.
Okay, sorry.
Justin Fields.
Yeah, that's good for them, man.
They got their
Good for
they
the
got
Bears,
their quarterback.
Man. My sister became a Bears fan that she's lived in Chicago the last 3 years, and I'm happy she's got somebody to root for that's not Khalil Mack.
Think about they went from Trubisky to Fields, and they didn't have to use a top 10 pick for it. I know they gave up next year's first to move up, but that's not bad. That's not bad.
All right, so it's Dallas, hopefully taking Micah Parsons here. Hey, but Mac Jones being the 5th quarterback off the board, while some thought he might be 3.
Dude, I bet Matt Nagy's inside just jumping.
Oh, he's got to be.
He's got a quarterback that's worth the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike, if it's Darisaw, what's your opinion on that?
I'm okay with it being Darisaw. Again, it's a need. It's not like this super elite blue chip player that happened to fall team, but again, it's you get your left tackle of the future. And if you guys remember, Dan Jeremiah tweeted out something regarding a conversation he had with an NFL D-line coach, how important it is to make your worst offensive lineman still just halfway decent, because opposing defenses always aim in on the worst offensive lineman to target over and over and over again. And if, say, Darisaw or Ibushi happens to be the line's worst player, that's still a huge upgrade as opposed to recent years. So I'm perfectly okay with that. Darisaw's got things to work on, but over the last couple years, coming from Fork Union Military Academy now to be a first-round pick, he has shown marked improvement every single year. And showing or being able to improve on a year-by-year basis is still a good trait you want in a prospect. So I will be just fine with Darisaw.
Jamie, I remember earlier on you had you talked about your rankings. I wanted to say he was 7th or 8th for you, right?
Yeah, he's 8th on my board. But like I said, I think the guys who are in that 5 through 8 range are all fairly comparable. They've all flashed on tape. They've all got nice physical traits. They all need work on some level. So I wouldn't have a problem if somebody told me that he was their 4th or 5th best tackle. I could see that. In terms of drafting him at 13, I think it's a reach personally. I would understand it. You know, you're drafting the athlete, you're drafting the projection. I'm not crazy about taking the fourth or fifth best tackle in best case scenario that high in the draft. But with the way the draft is unfolded, I think you need to fill that hole, or you're not going to be able to fill it until unless you find a project later. So if that's the mindset you're in, and you're looking to absolutely get a tackle, and Slater's gone, then absolutely Darisaw is the way you go. I would get it. I'm not crazy about it. I think he's going to need a lot of work, but I would understand it.
I feel that. I definitely think that I am, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like I'm the highest on Darisaw. I loved his tape as well. Yes, I prefer AVT and obviously Slater again. I know people are saying Slater in the chat. I think we all prefer Slater at this point. We're hoping it's him. But I actually love Slater or Darisaw's tape. I do have him behind AVT, but not by much. The one hesitation I do have is the offense that he ran was not something he's going to be playing in the NFL. He didn't do a ton of a lot of kick slides. He kind of got to a point was there. When he did do any kind of kick sliding, it was kind of slow and plodding, which is a surprise based on his testing. I thought it'd be a little bit better than that actually. But his run blocking, I know pass blocking is kind of the king, but his run blocking I thought was tremendous. Like they just ran behind him constantly, and his effort. I know some people questioned it. They kind of said it waned at times. Seeing him outrace Herbert down the field I want to say it was a screen pass was incredibly impressive to me. I would love it if it was Darisaw, but I'd be much happier with AVT or Slater. That's where I'm at. So.
Yeah, I would just say we're talking about.
I know who the pick is.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna get off real quick.
You gasped.
Yeah, I'm only okay with Darisaw if Slater's off the board. Okay. I would still prefer AVT, but if Slater's on the board, it has to be him, regardless of what his arm length is.
Hey, I'm gonna. Hey,
Slater,
can I tip this pick? Because I know who this pick is for sure. It's Micah Parsons.
See, I thought so. That made sense for them to move back then.
Who is it?
Sense. Parsons. This pick.
Perfect. Now we find out how much the Chargers value length.
Yeah, literally have their choice: Slater, AVT, and Darisaw. They have.
I have a feeling we're not going to like the answer, but we'll find out.
We'll see.
Can you imagine if they pass on Slater? Like seriously, beyond dumb. He fits the versatile. He fits everything the Chargers want to pick. Like for every reason that AVT would be the pick if Slater was off the board, Slater is just the better version of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, having played right tackle and left tackle, the athleticism, the strength, the technique, everything is there. Like he's a guy who steps in right away, and there's no concerns about him holding his own and excelling at left tackle.
I genuinely don't have any qualms with any of the three. I think that knowing the other two are available, that's when I wouldn't like the Darisaw pick as much. That's what would get me. But the player itself, I still would be okay with. But man, that's the pick at this point. That's
You'd be okay with Darisaw even with Slater on the board?
No. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't like that aspect. The player himself, I would still like the player. The choice and the decision by the front office is what I would question.
Yeah, to me, you take Slater, you throw him out there at left tackle day one, and you know that Herbert's blind side is protected, and you don't have anything to worry about. And then you can find a guard later in the draft, 4, and all is well.
For sure.
But if they pass on him because his arms are a half inch too short, I'm going to be pissed.
Is anyone else surprised that the offensive tackle or the offensive linemen are falling down the board? Is it because it's such a deep class, you think, that they're just like, oh, we can get one later? Do you think that's what's causing this? Because I am shocked that there isn't at least one other gone other than Sewell.
The NFL is so stuck in its ways that I just feel like if you don't fit that prototypical length mold, that they're just going to peg you as a guard and move on. They're just so stuck in their ways that they just have a hard time seeing past that, I think.
I hate that aspect of it, but you're right. Parsons to Dallas.
So who do you guys think it's going to be?
Slater.
Slater? Daniel?
My heart keeps going back to thinking it's Darius, but I'm gonna be positive it's Slater. It's Slater. It's Slater.
Jamie, who do you think it's going to be?
Man, it better be Slater, but I just have a weird feeling it's going to be Darisaw.
This felt exactly how we wanted it to.
It did.
Needed 4 quarterbacks to go. Needed Micah Parsons to go.
Wide
Didn't think
receivers,
three. Didn't think 3 wide receivers. We wanted at least 2.
4 pass catchers in the top 12.
Yeah, we thought maybe a 5th quarterback could somebody trade up for it, but
They keep on preaching versatility too, man, and Slater also provides that. I know we've kind of focused on the AVT guard question, but that question also exists with Slater too, and that's the thing. Like
Slater's literally like the only
versatility,
player.
man. No, I'm not saying it should. I'm not saying it should, but there's also that talk about him.
Slater's probably the only lineman in this draft class that can literally play all 5 positions and be okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think there's anybody else.
And I would turn off chat and all that other stuff too.
It's already down.
Yeah, I'm not.
Mike, you don't think AVT can play all 5 positions and be okay?
I think he'd be maybe fine, but like in terms of pivot, which is something like Slater's an extremely smart guy. It's not like we've heard a lot of smart tags with AVT, and that usually helps you decide if someone can play center or not. But again, honestly, he probably could. But in a more truer sense, Slater can do that, I guess. While notching all the size things, the measurables, the athletic ability, like he could do it all. AVT's great, but Slater, like I kind of said, is just the plus version, I guess, of him. But good question. No, AVT can probably do it, but just Slater's more so.
Yeah. Slater's definitely a better player, a better all-around player, and a better prospect. I just feel like having played guard and left tackle in the Pac-12, I feel like AVT, and you can see it on tape, he sees what's coming and he cycles through assignments and gets to the next guy and picks up those uncovered rushers and things like that. I think he's a pretty smart guy. We may not be hearing about it, but I think you have to be really smart to move from guard to tackle. And I think he played right guard too, so he moved from one side of the line to the other.
No, he was left guard.
Was he left? I thought he was a right.
AVT was left.
Yeah. Oh, he backed up at right guard before he started. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, he was a backup right guard.
Right guard before he started, before he became a starter.
Yep. The first round goes so fast until we're on the clock.
They're taking a long time.
Feels like everyone's taking a long time tonight, though. Even the fucking Eagles after they traded up.
But you would think in the situation they're in with both corners off the board and depending on how you're looking at these guys on the board, you'd think they'd be running the card up to the line. Looks like the pick's in.
I swear to God, if it's like, no, I'm not gonna say it. Nope, not gonna say it. I'm not gonna put that out there. Never mind.
Don't put any bad juju out there.
I'm at W10 on the ticker.
But if they take like Rousseau or
okay, you told me not to put anything out there, and then you're gonna say stuff.
Slater.
Do I wait or what? I can't tip, right?
You don't look.
How are you so far ahead, Garrett?
I'm not ahead. I got a text, Mommy Ann.
You got a text. Sources.
But you don't look too excited.
Why? Listen, somebody told me, hey, listen, don't tip any picks. I could tell last year you weren't happy, so I'm not saying anything.
Let's see. Dude, I call, okay, every year. I know I said I was going to turn off. It isn't off yet, but every single time before Chargers pick, it's commercial. I've said this on this live draft before. It's always commercial before the Chargers pick's announced. Always.
And you'll know, I've already got my tweet already.
This drink has gone kind of bad. It's not taking very long. The silent anticipation. This is great.
Yeah, I'm kind of dying inside.
Oh, I'm dead.
Okay, I'm not gonna tip it.
No, I didn't ask you to. Just saying, it's
Yeah,
But everybody agrees they want Slater, and if it's somebody else, what?
I'd be totally happy with ABT or Darisaw. I prefer Slater.
It's just if it's not Slater, then I'm just gonna be racked with confusion. That's it. Like, there's no other reason why, or there's no real reason why. Because if it's ABT, then it's why didn't you just pick the guy who was more highly touted, who could do all the same things but better, you know? And then if you pick Darisaw, it's like, why didn't you just pick the guy that could do what he does and more? It just, nothing else makes sense.
All right, so now Jamie can't tip the pick.
What?
Of course, my drink went empty just now.
We provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon.
This is killing me. This is so long. Why is this taking this so long? Come on.
Message me, Stubbs, if you really want to know. No, I'm just kidding.
I literally went to message you right now.
Oh, well, I mean, that's up to you. I was hoping you guys would get
No, it's okay. It's okay.
your natural reaction
okay.
here.
It's like the only person that's gonna have a natural reaction is probably me.
I still don't know anything.
I guess
I still know
Stabs.
absolutely nothing.
Well, Seb,
Hey, Mike,
Yeah.
tell me when you got the pick, and I'll send tweet.
okay. I mean, I'll give my natural reaction, and then I'm gonna hit post on whatever.
Okay.
It better be one of the 3 players I have post of left, or else I'm just SOL.
Who do you have on the
Slater,
post?
AVT, and Darisaw.
God forbid you should have
Okay.
to work in real time, Mike.
Hey guys,
It takes
I
so
worked
long, man.
so much extra today. I could have taken so much more time off this morning. I started at 7 a.m. and kept going,
Come on,
man.
Slater. Come on, Slater.
Come on.
Come on, Slater. I don't know who that is. Someone just joined.
Okay, so we'll see. Parsons is hugging Goodell. It's showing the Chargers sign on a building.
I'm not looking at the TV. I'm not looking at chat. I'm waiting to see Mike's reaction. Then I'm gonna look.
Okay. Well, that's kind of cool that they got the buildings colored differently for whatever team's on.
I hate how.
Okay, I think Goodell is walking to the podium. Yeah, DJ's talking about how much he liked Slater over.
I'm
Okay.
seeing Jamie too. I think it's good. I think it's a good thing. Come on.
People are blowing up my computer.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn.
Yes!
Yes!
We did it!
Yes,
We
baby.
did it!
Let's go!
They got
Let's
it
go!
right.
Hell yes!
They got it right, baby. Hit send. Send it,
Send,
bro.
baby!
Send it.
Let's fucking go!
Oh, and I fucked up the tweet.
God, I wasn't prepared that game.
Oh, I had all the time in the world.
Dude,
How would you guys feel if they moved the guard?
I had to post for the jersey sale, and I literally wrote it for Rashawn Slater. I said he's got to be the pick. I didn't save it.
You asked how do we feel if he goes to guard?
Yeah, what if they move him to
Dude,
guard? Are
this
you
was
still as
the-
excited about the pick?
Going to be a Pro Bowl player no matter what. I still think you put him out at left tackle and see if he succeeds. Or
He's a left
fails,
tackle.
but
No.
I agree. I'm not saying he's a guard. I agree with you.
see this somewhere then.
I just don't trust them.
You're stirring the pot, Jamie. You're stirring the pot, Jamie.
Look. I've had to sit on this pick for 2 picks. This is absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
This is a dream scenario.
Let's fuck.
He only allowed 2 sacks over 2 seasons. He's got excellent footwork, excellent mobility. The fit here is just unreal. To me, he's more technically sound than Sewell is, and they both play with an edge. I think Sewell just takes care of his business. I know a lot of people are concerned about his length, but what I just tweeted out and what I was going to talk about is if you go to that 2019 tape, go look at Ohio State and when he was an absolute roadblock against Chase Young, who's one of the best up-and-coming edge rushers. This is the dream scenario for the Chargers. They got a proficient NFL-ready left tackle at 13. Unreal. This is great. Move him to guard, move him to tackle. It would have been the same thing with AVT, but this here, he does it better than AVT does at tackle or guard. I'm here for it, man. I am here for it.
Let's fucking go, man.
Dude, I'm psyched.
So, I literally did not watch Sewell or Slater until this last week because I thought there was no chance either of them were going to even be there for the Chargers. I watched him this last week. Slater was my instant number 2, right behind Sewell. Sewell was I love, but so did man. It wasn't that much of a separation for me. I get why they were saying some GMs might have had Slater over Sewell. He is fantastic. Him falling to 13 is insane. I have no words. Go ahead. God damn.
I said this on the podcast. I think Sewell is the physical unicorn. He's the projection. He's the guy you look at and you're like, oh my God, if everything pans out, he's an animal and he's a Pro Bowl player. There's some technical refinement needed, but he's what you build. He's what you envision if you're building a tackle in a lab. That's the body you want. That's the frame you want. Slater is the technical unicorn coming out of college. His technique is amazing. The feet and the hands always work together. He can slide and mirror. He's great at the second level. He wins with one arm all the time. If he gets one hand on your chest pad, you're done, and you're probably going to wind up on the ground with him on top of you. His hand placement is almost flawless. Everything about his technique is beautiful. And I'm sure there are refinements they can make with him, but he was the one tackle in this class that needed the least amount of technical refinement, in my opinion. So to get him at this point is amazing.
This fell exactly how we wanted.
Yo.
Oh, what's Slater saying? Hold on.
Jets traded up, by the way.
All right, guys, I've had fun. I got to go have dinner and spend some time with the family, so I'll try to jump back on a little bit later.
See you later.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
See you, Jamie.
All right, later, Jamie.
Awesome, guys. Congratulations.
It's a great moment for Rashawn.
Oh, awesome. Man, how rad is that?
Garrett, who joined the Skype? Look at the
Right
top
now?
right. Who's
Yeah.
Abdi Omer?
They joined right before our pick. There we go.
I don't know. I just kicked him out, though.
How does one get into the room?
I don't know. Without getting that link that I sent you guys. Which one of you guys sent that link out?
I sold it for $5. Sorry.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That was it?
This economy?
Dude, we could have got
Yeah.
some change for that.
Gosh, man, I'm stoked. I gotta start writing.
Yeah, you guys aren't even talking. You're so stoked.
All right, so sorry about that. I was kind of responding to everyone who happened to text me about the pick. So Rashawn Slater, holy cow, we got our guy. Again, we kind of talked about it already, but true 5-position versatility. It does not matter where he plays. He's going to be successful, but it just so happens he's able to play the one position the Chargers need left on their offensive line, being the left tackle. Incredibly smart, incredibly fluid in all his movements on the field. I don't care what he's doing. The guy is just smooth. Upper body, lower body connection is just there. Super powerful hands. I think someone was mentioning it earlier, like this guy gets his hands on you, the play is almost done. Like it's absolutely incredible. You saw the film against Chase Young, right? Chase Young had 8 sacks as a rookie this year in the NFL, tore it up while he was with Ohio State his last year. I mean, was insane, was almost unstoppable if you watched every Ohio State game. But then here comes Slater and just is able to put him in his place. And that's, you want to talk about with their prospects, going to transition well enough. Did he play the best against the best competition? And that is something he did. He did it against Chase Young. He did it against Ohio State. Like he just has it. There's just almost no questions about the guy whatsoever. Like there's a reason Daniel Jeremiah and some people liked him over Sewell. I mean, you can still make the argument that he was the top tackle in this draft from a combination of a high floor, high ceiling, perspective. Like he's phenomenal. I'm just so psyched. So is everybody else, man. It's hard to believe, but it happened.
Yeah, man, this is unreal.
Absolutely, man. You take a look at what that offensive line was from last year to what it should be and what we're looking at this year, man. Going from what we went to Rashawn Slater, Matt Filer, Corey Lindsley, Ode Abushi, and then Bulaga. That's such a massive improvement. That's literally the nuclear option, I think is what everyone's been calling it, right? That's kind of what they did. And Boyd and just improvement at every position. Obviously keeping Bulaga there, but that's insane. Having a left tackle of the future, pair that up with the quarterback, that's whew.
Yeah, man. And also, he did play right tackle. He started at right tackle. I think he had 26 starts at right tackle. So, I mean, the guy can play
26.
either. Yeah, so he could play either right or left tackle. let's say worst case scenario, it doesn't work out at left tackle. If Brian Bulaga again goes down with injury, isn't what we had expected, you've got a right tackle for the future. But I mean, this to me is no question. He is the most technically sound left tackle of this draft.
The Vikings trade out of 14.
Yeah, I mean and even though he opted out of 2020, this is, I mean, even though that arm length is a concern for some, he is able to go against the best and still stop them. So to me, forget about the size, forget about the weight, forget about all that. Turn on the tape, look against the talent that he went against. This is the best technically sound left tackle in this draft.
Yep.
And I'm not just saying that because the Chargers drafted him. I was saying that, on the podcast when we were going over him. But yeah, I mean, and to be honest, he looked better at left tackle than he did right. I mean, he looked better going blindside than he did on the right side. So this guy's growing. This is such the perfect pick for the Chargers here.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm not going to.
Oh, you know who the Jets
sorry,
picked?
sorry.
I didn't.
Yeah.
No, okay.
No names, but no, completely agree with you. Man. Oh, this couldn't have gone any better. That's literally why I did not watch him or Sewell, because I thought for sure there'd be no chance of either of them being around at 13. But then once there's a lot more talk last week or two about them possibly moving up, I was like, okay, I'll give them a shot. And boy, was I impressed with Slater.
Wait a minute. The Jets just traded up for another quarterback?
No.
Or no? Oh.
No.
Sorry, Mac Jones is on the phone.
No.
So, he must be going to New England.
Oh shit, you're right.
Sorry. My bad.
You're probably right about the Patriots, but no.
Yeah. This dude Slater is. Well, who's the pick?
Do you want to just
hold on? Let me figure out who this pick is.
Right.
Can you just tell me?
AVT.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
AVT.
Oh, it's AVT.
Yes. Someone in the chat already said it.
It doesn't make any sense
okay.
because the Vikings could have really used Elijah Vera-Tucker.
They could have, but
and they traded out.
The Vikings picked up pick 23, their second round pick and third round pick to move back.
Well, so they got 66 and 86. So 66 is going to be a second rounder, or a second rounder.
Oh, that's actually a high third, I think, right?
Yeah, that's the second pick in the third round.
Yeah.
So they got two thirds to move. They traded back that far and didn't get a second out of it. They just got 2/3. Why do I feel like that's not that good?
That isn't that good.
Like, I mean, it's a second pick in the third, which might as well be a second round pick, right? Like, it's just right there on the cusp. But like,
yeah,
I don't know, because I mean, the other thing they would have traded was the second pick of the second round, which is still a very good pick. So I understand why maybe.
Wow.
That would have been
Jets
too
also
good.
got I think a fifth back in return too. They got people.
Yeah, they got 140 something. Yeah.
But the just going back to Slater, To me, when I was watching him, he kind of looked like he was best suited for his own blocking scheme. I wonder if they'll utilize that a little bit more. I mean, just let him use his athleticism. Let him pick guys off at the second level and use his smarts at the line of scrimmage. There's just so much. He's got such great instincts and is so technically sound that, I mean, honestly, man, when they get him on the second level and in space, it's going to be nasty. I cannot wait to see him. This is going to be great.
Is that I'm sure it didn't play a part. I mean, Slater was regarded as this high from everybody, but that Northwestern connection already paying off, right? With that the analytics dude or whatever they brought in.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what was that's a good question. What's his RAS score? Do we know?
It's
I
elite.
have no idea.
It's elite.
Is it elite?
I'll pull it up real quick. I got it.
Okay, cool.
It's for sure elite. It's very good.
9.96. Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, one of the best. Dude, he ran a 4.86 or something.
Yeah, and I think Darisaw was better, but still, this is, man, I'm so glad. This is great. All right, fellas. They did it.
Is this going to be Mac Jones? What do you guys think?
I think so.
I have no idea. I'm not watching it right now. But that sure makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, Vikings trading back to 23. They do still have Jenkins and Darisaw on the board. Cosme, if you like him that high.
Man, and you know what's even more wild is, well, first of all, now that I'm thinking about it, what about AVT and Mekhi Beckham?
Oh,
Was
Mekhi
Zach Wilson?
Becton?
Yeah, Becton. Yeah.
And they also.
What'd I say, Beckham?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mekhi bend him like Becton. Yeah, that's gonna be nasty. And now I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, all that movement. We were going, man, the Chargers are gonna have to move up if they want to tackle. And then all that riffraff happened in the front, and Slater fell right in their lap.
He did. Did not
How
see that
beautiful
coming,
is that?
man. How hard was it for you not to tip it the second you got the text?
Dude, that was because that's why I tipped Micah Parsons. This was just like the Derwin James. Remember, I was like, oh, they're gonna Buffalo's picking Tremaine Edmonds.
Yeah.
They're taking Edmonds. So, oh shit, Mac Jones,
Mac Jones, man.
Who?
going to the Patriots. So I gasped because he's like, we're taking Rashawn Slater, and I'm like, what?
I was,
He's still there?
yeah, I was kind of
Because we were 2 picks behind. So I talked to him a little bit, and I was like, well, who did Dallas take? He said Parsons.
That's
But
okay.
this was yeah, they were definitely trade talks for Sewell.
Yeah, when I saw when I first heard you, like your first initial response was kind of like it wasn't like a yes, it was like a ooh, like something juicy came through, and I was like, if it was something bad, he wouldn't have been ooh, it would have been like oh. So I was like, man, this is gotta be something good. This is definitely O-line, so I wasn't worried. And someone in the chat said Sam Cosme. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm like, don't even tell me it's Sam Cosme. Sam Cosme at 32, fine. Not Sam Cosme at 13.
Yeah.
Oh, so I can't believe it, man. Such a good move.
So here's what I got. Just asking like where they had people ranked. They had Sewell ahead of Slater, and they had talked about trading up like previous, but they didn't talk about trading up today.
Okay, I mean that makes sense.
They didn't think it was going to happen, and they had Horn in front of Surtain, and AVT was very high on their board.
Okay.
So it sounds like exactly how I thought their board would be, which is nice to hear.
Yeah. So the idea is if Slater would have been taken, that AVT was probably going to be the guy.
I mean that's also reassuring too that they aren't going to be so stuck in kind of like bro science, shit like
yeah.
It's maybe the whole analytics side is going to be beneficial.
Yeah, but that smoke leading up to the week about them trading up for Sewell was for real.
I believe it. I definitely believe it. I mean, they had to address left tackle. I know that the presser on, what was it, Friday, they kind of downplayed that. But anyone could see, like, this is not a surprise to anyone that they were going to address left tackle. You don't even have to. You have a cursory knowledge of the team. You know left tackle was just a fucking hole. You know.
Yeah, yeah. They the Lions were who they're going to trade up for, but Lions ended up sticking with the pick and taking Sewell.
I think once Sewell fell, I wonder if Sewell didn't fall, maybe for Slater, or do you think they would have just stayed back for ABT? Yeah.
Probably stay back for ABT.
Man,
I'm assuming now. I don't know.
That's
but
fucking great.
But it sounds like their board was right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Horn to me is better than Slater, and they had AVT higher than a lot of people probably would have guessed.
Did they happen to say anything about Darius where he was on there? Okay.
No. No. I was asking who they were thinking about there, and then he was saying AVT was high on our board. They liked Micah Parsons, but I don't think he was gonna.
That off-field stuff. That's pretty rough.
Yeah, he said they like Micah Parsons. He goes, we like Micah Parsons, but AVT was one of our guys, but Slater was the one. So.
Well, and that's.
It all made sense.
And
then I said, where? And I said, where were you on cornerback? And he said, well, you know, Horn and Surtain were part of the discussion. So that's great.
Woo. That's a relief.
So if you take that into consideration, you would have to believe, and I didn't ask, but you got to think that corners high on their board tomorrow.
They can be oblivious to the fact that that's a need, you know. So that's not a surprise, yeah, as it should be. And luckily, it's a pretty solid corner class, so we'll see how the rest of this first plays out. And they do have, you know, capital to move if they need or want to move up in the second to grab their guy. If they do have someone that's like a glaring, you know.
Yeah. I'm hoping, and I don't know who was 15. I'm lost now.
15. That was Mac Jones. Yeah.
I'm hoping Greg Newsome or Asante Samuel falls to the Chargers. Newsome probably not, but
I think the hype on Newsome's been in the 20s or so. You know, so I'd be surprised if he does last.
Yeah.
I'm all in on Asante Samuel. Completely in on him, man. I don't give a shit.
Wow, Zaven Collins going that high, huh?
Oh, I was hearing the Cardinals were obsessed with Zaven Collins.
That's why I had the reaction.
Man. Wow, he went before Owosu Koromoa, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. I do like him. I mean, yeah, he's got great range and ball skills. And he would just, he just got better and better at Tulsa.
Dude, what's crazy is they have him listed there at 259. He was 270 at his last weigh-in.
Damn.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he weighed in at a legit 270, yep.
Yeah. See, this kid, he's got some serious power and athleticism, but if he's peaking at 270. But so they're going to pair him with Isaiah Simmons, huh? Well, that's an athletic second level.
Damn, that's right. Yeah, they got.
I'm not sure I would have taken him over Owosu Koromora, but interesting. Well, that's fine. So corners, got to have corners fall.
Yeah, really. I do expect Newsome to go, but I don't. I know some. I've seen the Georgia kids have been all over the place. I've seen some people have Taven or Campbell. I've seen some people have Campbell at the end of the first, but I've also seen him.
Tyson.
I've also seen him in the third too. Yeah. So no idea where people stand on those two guys. But Asante Samuel's.
Caleb Farley's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's right. I was seeing. I can't remember which TDN guys were talking about it. Which podcast it was, but they were saying they had been hearing some stuff about Tennessee. They took the chance on Justin Simmons and let him sit out the year, and that really paid off. So maybe they might do the same kind of situation with Caleb Farley too. Because tape-wise, man, he's great for especially being newer at the position.
KP says Zaven Collins, who Cliff thought Simmons was last year. Love it.
Let's see here. Farley, if he falls to round 2.
Okay, so real quickly, Rashawn Slater as a tackle has a 9.71 RAS, but as a guard is a 9.97 RAS.
Okay.
Oh.
What docks him as a tackle is just the fact that he's short. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything is elite. Everything is super elite for him, but height and weight are a 1.61 and a 3.79.
Man, what a great start to the first round.
It really is. I mean, this was already a long shot, but the even longer shot of Sewell is the only way it could even slightly have been. Again, I didn't have them drastically apart. So I'm not trying to say it's like not as good, but
Yeah.
I didn't see this. I did not see this happening. So this is fantastic.
I mean, that was the dream. Sewell
Yeah.
falling to 13. If they would have had to trade up, and they didn't. The fact that Slater, who a lot think is the best tackle in this class, fall to 13. I mean, you don't see top end tackles fall to the middle of the first round very often. At least the top third.
Not someone as highly regarded as Slater was for sure.
Yeah. No.
Love to see it. Take
God,
that.
man.
This is the start of new memories. This is
I'm writing up a post of why they drafted Slater, so that's why I'm not super talkative right now. So you guys know.
You're writing in real time?
Yes.
Nice.
So, well, I already pre-written the announcement, but then this is the why. Like, I kind of have to get it out as soon as possible, obviously. So.
He's 6'4". That shouldn't even be a concern.
What his
height.
Shut up. Anyone who's talking about his height or anything.
Isn't it crazy that there hasn't been any pass rushers taken?
It is crazy, but it only speaks to how absolutely horrendous this edge class was.
The top of it. I mean, there's some depth, but
like, how bad was Jason Oweh for Penn State to test the way he did, and not even be considered a surefire first-round pick?
People are stuck on the no sack thing. Isn't that him?
Yes, that's him.
Yeah, people are stuck on that no sack thing, man.
Well, it makes sense. You know, you can be as athletic as you want. How about being the most athletic receiver in the world, and you never score a touchdown? You know, like, how would you view that?
I mean, a guy like Cromartie was taken, and didn't he have like?
Oh
didn't he
my
barely ever
God!
play? I know I'm going
Get
back.
ready for this pick. I just got a text that said, "Check out this pick's LOL." Let's see who I know who the Raiders picked, but check this out.
Let's see. Raiders.
A guy inside the Chargers building is saying, "Watch who the Raiders pick." LOL.
Well, I'm trying to guess.
And then I said who, and he told me. So get ready for this, okay?
Guess here. It wouldn't be Farley. That
Remember who's on the board, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw that hint out there.
Well, that tells me I'm gonna guess like a Cosme or a Idol. What the fucking Notre Dame tackle? I didn't like him. I don't remember what the hell his name was.
It's not him.
Okay. Because offensive line's a huge need for them.
Chat, don't check. Oh, he's about to announce it.
Oh yeah, I'm looking.
Get ready. Raiders about to Raider, my guy.
Garrett, do you mind if I tweet something like a person in Chargers HQ just LOL at that pick? Am I able to tweet something like that?
Sure.
With no context? Okay.
That's a great pick.
You want me to do it? Oh, you saw it? You saw it, Steph?
He's about at the podium for me. He's talking to the dude in the chair.
Okay. Get ready. That's
great.
Yeah, we'll get my live reaction. I'll try to laugh as hard as possible.
Here, I'll tweet it out for you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Him over Darisaw is a joke, man. That's a joke.
Over Darisaw.
Over Cosme is a joke to me too, honestly.
You know, it's like I think Alex Leatherwood's a good player, but there's, to me, obviously better players still on the board. At least one. Dude, the Raiders really don't care at all about anybody else's thoughts or opinions. You know, I don't know. This might be a good pick, but like it just seems so weird. But it's such a Raiders pick.
Tevin Jenkins, Samuel Cosme, Christian Darrisaw.
I love this. All the people I know that are like covering the Raiders are like, all right, I'm going to bed. This might be because of Darrisaw's injuries, but yeah, this isn't.
I don't. Darrisaw's tape, man. I love his tape, honestly. Where does he have him? I'm looking at Dane Brugler's guide here, and I don't. Does he have him as a guard or something?
All right, I tweeted it out for you.
He has him as a
you
guard.
did too. All right.
He has him as a guard. Oh shit.
All right, we both did.
Sorry.
This is fun.
Hey, but KP just tweeted out in parentheses that Leatherwood is good.
Interesting.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The laughter's probably,
taking him at 17. Good.
The laughter's inflated because it's the Raiders.
And
like I still don't think it's a great pick. I think he could have been had later if you wanted him that badly. I think that's what this is coming down to, though. This is maybe the run on tackles that people are scared that if they need a tackle, and obviously the Raiders blew up their offensive line, which is the only thing they had going for them, and probably got super scared and just are like, who cares what people think? We're going to get the players we just need, regardless of value right now.
We were talking about being a little hesitant on taking potentially the fourth tackle in the draft. The Raiders just took the fourth best tackle still available, let alone in the draft. Like that's crazy. Darrisaw, Jenkins, Cosme.
Yeah. Bill Williamson, who covers the Raiders for us here, just said a trade down wasn't available.
Exactly. You can't take Leatherwood at 17.
Yeah, that's
not with Darrisaw on the board, and we just talked about how we didn't want Darrisaw.
That's what I was saying earlier. Where it's nothing to do with Darrisaw. I liked him as a player. I liked him a lot, but taking him over Slater and AVT was you can't do that.
Stupid.
According to the
taking Leatherwood over Darrisaw is mind-numbing.
Yeah. According to the Athletic consensus boards, the one that Arif Hassan puts on, that's like dozens of boards put together for like a consensus. Alex Leatherwood was the 45th ranked player.
Right, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
That makes sense. And even if they were thinking like, hey man, this is a guard, you've got Tevin Jenkins there, who is twice the player Leatherwood is.
Well, you still have Landon Dickerson too. I know he had the injury concern, but
his
tape.
No, I mean you've got better. Yeah, right. You've got better interior guys, but I'm just saying because I just saw a tweet somebody saying, well, I think they got him as a guard. And I'm like, well, you can put Tevin Jenkins in that spot and get the production. Ooh, look at Miami.
Yeah.
Finally taking the best edge rusher off the board.
Jalen Phillips?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
sorry. Oh,
that's
God,
fine. That's fine.
Okay. It's not the Chargers pick, so I can kind of...
It's kind of okay now, let's be honest.
Okay.
I kind of saw him mock to them recently, and in my head I was like, he could just stay home.
As long as the medical clears, you have a great player there, man.
He's by far the most talented edge rusher on this class.
Oh, yeah.
In this class,
to
me.
Even my Michigan fandom can't overlook that he's better than Winnipeg. he clearly is.
Someone tweeted at me, the Chargers picking someone good followed by the Raiders picking someone bad is my favorite draft day tradition.
That's a pretty great one.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, that is. Oh, man. Awesome. This was his best. Like, remember when they picked Clelin Farrell at like 4?
It was it was 4. You're right.
Yeah. And they took Colton Miller before the Chargers for Derwin James so he could fall. Even though, to his credit, Miller's been a lot better.
He bounced, but he was better last year was really good. He earned, he deserved being. Okay, so question in the chat that I think it's worth addressing. Anyone else want us to trade up for another Northwestern player right now? So they traded up last year. They weren't hesitant. They traded up and got the linebacker they wanted. In the 20s here, what do you feel about them potentially moving up to grab Newsome? It would probably take a second and a third, just like it did last time.
A second and a third.
Maybe a little more. I mean, but at least once, at least a second and a third.
So here's my thing on Newsome. Greg Newsome to me is a first-round corner and my CB2. I have him ranked higher than Surtain. I just think he is more versatile. I think he's got the ball skills and he's an explosive athlete on the field. I think you can play him both inside and out. The thing that I love most is the fact that he runs routes for receivers. To me, he's got all the tools to be successful in the NFL. So if you're trading up and getting Greg Newsome, who to me is the second best corner and the best one available here, and you still have a third-round pick, I mean, that makes a ton of sense to me. That makes a lot of sense because Greg Newsome is a first-round player. He's not falling to the second. There's a good chance Asante Samuel might not fall to the second, and then after that, you've got a bunch of guys. Some good guys, but for me, Greg Newsome is head and shoulders above the rest of the guys. He's in a tier, and then Asante Samuel, and then everybody else is a tier below them. So, to me, I just think, I mean, you can't get a better corner in this spot, and I wouldn't mind trading him. I really wouldn't, especially since they've got an extra third.
Mike?
Sorry, I'm writing. What's the question?
Oh, no worries. It's okay. If you want to write, I mean, it's up to you. But
no, I'll answer the question.
We're talking about potentially moving back up into the end of the first like they did last season, but this time to go up for a corner like Greg Newsome's on the board. So moving up to someone like that.
I would be just fine with moving up to do that because with the extra third, of course, it gives you the flexibility and to move up and to go get a player you would like that falls. Without really feeling like you gave up too much. Like we got the extra third from the comp pick involving Rivers, and if they move it for another first this year, they're still getting 3 players in the first 3 rounds. So that's just fine with me, right? And I'd rather have, honestly, 2 potentially first-round talents and a third-round talent as opposed to a first round, a second rounder, and then 2 third-rounders. Sounds way better for me.
Yeah. What about you?
No, completely. I had them a little bit closer, I think, than it sounds like you did, as far as Samuel and Newsome. I get that I'm more of I have the not popular opinion on Newsome on that part. I like him, but I also get that I do feel a little differently. I've seen so many times on podcasts or mock drafts, people talking about how they loved him and he can do off coverage, he can do press coverage. I actually preferred him so much more in press. I'm a little concerned that he plays a little too far off sometimes. I feel like he's a little bit too trusting in his burst, and it's not always there. That being said, that didn't show in the numbers this last season. I mean, he only had like a 60-something% or 60-something QBR rating, whatever, against him. It was super low. But I feel like he plays a little too far off in my opinion. I feel like sometimes people can get away from him really easily if they do like crossing routes. It feels like he instantly gives up the inside. Several times I saw that happen. But that being said, his ball skills are fantastic. And like you said, he runs routes when it's going downfield. I love him. If it's going downfield, absolutely love the guy. But anything that's going more towards the center of the field or that's a crossing kind of situation, I'm worried. Not worried enough to not take him though. I still love the pick. It's just something that I noticed a couple of times that gave me a little bit of pause. That being said, I still think he's the end of the first, top of the second kind of guy. I just fell in love with Asante Samuel. I really, really did.
Now, what about we didn't mention Farley. Would you guys trade up for Farley here? Well, let's say the back end of the first
medical.
round.
I have no idea about the medical. Play wise, absolutely. I mean, I loved his tape. In a heartbeat. The injury concern, I don't know the status of that. So, if that checks out, easy answer, yes. You?
I'm not sure if I would, to be honest, with Farley. The medicals really do scare me. I think he's an awesome talent. But how many times are they going to put draft capital into injured players that aren't just like guys who had one injury, it just happened to be kind of before the draft sort of thing. Like this guy is an injured person. All right, so Washington, he's just the podium now.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
wait
Wait
till
till you see this.
Oh, okay. This is a guy that people said would go higher than most expected. He tested off the chart, and it's just a pure playmaker, honestly.
I just can't believe with Jeremiah Owosu's Koromora's explosion that teams wouldn't just be clamoring to pick him up here. He looks like a DB playing linebacker. If you wanted a lean, rangy linebacker, you'd think you'd want Jeremiah over Davis, but
Yeah. I wonder, because the Giants needed a wide receiver. They didn't get any of them to fall. So who are they looking at?
Is this Bateman here then?
Bateman, the old
The
Ole Miss kid, Moore.
Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they've got two guys that are similar to Elijah Moore, sort of.
You're right.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe Tony or Terrace Marshall.
Oh yeah, Kadarius Tony.
Yeah. They're probably not going Rondell Moore either, so.
Yeah, a lot of questions with him.
Yeah. Here, I'm going to be right back.
Yep. Yeah, Tony, Bateman, Moore, if they like Terrace Marshall that much, but I don't know. Could they go offensive line?
Well, they've got Solder and Andrew Thomas at tackles. They've got Will Hernandez at guard. They traded away Kevin Zeitler, or let him go, I believe. So I guess I don't know who their center and guard is. So maybe this is a place for Creed Humphrey.
I think we're getting to a point where most of these teams, with the talent that's on there for offensive line, like most have to at least consider it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all you guys that have been hanging out in the chat, checking it out off and on. Appreciate that. Sure, you guys are all loving the Slater pick. Looked like you guys were earlier, but in the chat, I'm curious. Give me a letter grade on the Slater pick. I'm sure they're all going to be A's, but is there anyone who doesn't think it's an A? Let's see what you guys think on letter grades. Throw some out there in the chat.
There are right turns in some NASCAR races now, so everyone wins. I mean, everybody's got it. The Giants received a 5th-round choice this year, and a 1 and a 4 next year, and they moved down 9 spots. And who do you think they just took and are about to hear?
Dude, I think the Vikings already had 12 picks in this draft, or like at least double digits, and then traded back and got 2 more picks.
Did they really?
Yeah, dude, they used all 15 picks in the draft last year that they ended up with. And this year they had a bunch because they got picks from some of the trades last year, and they just made a trade again. I think Darrisaw is going to end up falling to Minnesota.
Man, if he falls to Minnesota, that would be for them to fall back, pick up 2 extra thirds, and still get Darrisaw. They would. That'd be
awesome.
Yeah, that'd be a real big win for them.
You get their left tackle. They still have Brian O'Neill at right tackle. They still need to upgrade guards. And if Bradbury doesn't end up popping off like they thought after picking him in the first 2 years ago, they may have more issues, but we'll see.
Yeah, so a lot of A's, 1 B plus, a C. You're funny. If you have reasoning for the C, you know. No, you said just kidding. It's an A. Yeah, no. As expected. That's a hell of a pick. Oh, I'm excited, man. I keep my own little personal depth chart thing, and inserting him immediately into left tackle felt really good.
Oh, yeah.
That felt really
awesome.
good.
Mm-hmm.
to Ken Fiore and everyone else in that room, this is where all the picks come in here. And then they are processed, the trades are processed, and then we find out from there all the way to the commissioner's podium. Ian Rappaport. Rapshi, what do you have, sir?
And for what it's worth, 70 is available, so it looks like he can wear his number 70 still. So there's that too.
That's awesome. I think offensive linemen can now wear 50s. Like all positions can now wear 50s to 79.
Oh, that's right. That's the whole.
But yeah, he'll probably wear his 70 and it'll look good.
Better than Trey Turner last year.
With the risk of his back injury, a couple of teams to watch here. The Tennessee Titans, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Trent Baalke, who's taken a couple injured players in his past, and the New Orleans Saints for the corner.
Ian Rappaport inside the Browns' home, the stadium that's right across the street from us right here in the draft hall that's built right on the shores of Lake Erie. So the Giants have made the choice, and the Colts are now a minute into pick number 21 here in Ohio. The Giants, the last NFC East team for the night. The Jets moved up.
Okay, just about done with this article. Sorry, everyone, or otherwise we'd be talking, but unfortunately I am technically on the clock. But that's okay, I'm about to do this. I gotta send it into my editor, and then they're pushing it to like Apple News or something.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Them clicks.
Yeah, that's what's up.
That chair's looking a little more comfortable than the one I'm sitting in right now.
The person came back.
Is up there.
I removed
Here
it.
comes the commissioner of the National Football.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. Why do I feel like that name's familiar, like he was doing this last season?
I tried to remove it. It said I removed, but it's still showing up there. I don't know.
Giants pick.
Ooh.
Kadarius
Yeah.
Toney. They really win with it.
They went with Tony, man.
Well, they get somebody who could potentially make Daniel Jones's life easier.
Oh, he should, yeah. Still, they went with another that type of receiver. You know, they didn't go for the big X kind of dude.
Mm-hmm.
Tackle here didn't.
Am I hearing Daniel Jeremiah compare Tony to Chad Johnson?
Really?
That's what I'm hearing.
Yes, he did. He talked about how Chad Johnson was able to stick his foot in the ground and just go, and that's what Tony was able to do.
Darisa's got to be going in the next 3 picks here. Tennessee with the failed right tackle last year. Indianapolis, they just had theirs retire. And then Minnesota, obviously, we talked about their needs. OL should be a bit of a run, probably, I'm thinking.
They've done their best. They invested in the offensive line last year. They're really trying to get him some more weapons. And, man, if they keep Saquon Barkley healthy, this has a chance to be a much different offense next season.
It's just such a relief when we're happy with the pick, isn't it?
See how it all works out for the New York Football Giants. In 2021, Verizon's announcing Verizon Small Business Days now through May the 7th. Meet with a business specialist to get
Have we done grades yet?
I mean, we haven't, but I'll start. A+.
Yes.
I mean, they got
I
their
moved
left
to hard
tackle, man.
alcohol, by the way.
What's up?
I said I moved to hard alcohol to celebrate.
Nice. Sounds worth it.
Yep.
They got their left tackle, man. A left tackle that we all loved. I think most of us didn't think would still be there at 13. Lo and behold, he was, and it was a clear pick, and they made the pick. The process behind it, they didn't have to move anything or give up anything to get the guy that they needed. It's easy answer at left tackle, and they don't have to worry about Pipkin starting. So, fucking cheers, man. A+ all around. Team needs what they did to get him, and the player, all A+. I have no complaints whatsoever. Love it.
What about you, Mike?
I don't know how it's not an A+ as well. Like exactly who they needed to. He was a type of player that we coveted so much that we were hoping and praying that he would fall all the way to 13, and I think that kind of speaks for itself as well. all the versatility in the world, athleticism through the roof, smart guy. Obviously, already has a connection with someone on the team with Northwestern. Obviously, the analytics guy they hired, who's apparently like the assistant manager, quote, to the head coach or something along those lines. Like, there's so many reasons to love this pick. There's almost zero reasons, if at all any, to speak negatively of it. Like, there's nothing to really poke at, which is the good, all the signs in the world that point to you that it's a good pick. And it was A+, A++. It's as good as it gets.
Yeah, you guys are right. I'm with you guys. There's nothing more you can give them than, or any less you can give them than an A. This is definitely the best case scenario for the Chargers, unless they were going to trade up for Sewell. This is a proven left tackle. We haven't had the conversation about Trey Pipkins yet, but I think we should have that in a second. But, I mean, honestly, this was the best case scenario for the Chargers. The Sewell talk was a dream, but, I mean, this is the most technically sound tackle in this class. Don't worry about the arm length. Don't worry about the size. This is the best pick they could have made here. And if they would have gone any other way, it would have been disappointing. This is the best pick they could have made. It's an A+. This feels like Derwin James. Like, everything just had to happen perfectly for it to all fall into place, and it all did. And they got Rashawn Slater, who is, for a lot of guys, tackle number 1 over Sewell. So, I mean, this is pair the athleticism with the power. This is an A+. Add many pluses as you want afterwards. This is definitely nothing less than an A. This can't be an A-. It's an A and above, period. So, we're going to see tomorrow how they pair that up, but hard to beat that pick today. Can't beat it.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm going to go pour another drink to get through this round.
When you get back,
we're only at 21.
When you get back, I'm going to do the same thing.
All right.
Nah, man, that's this feels good. Feels good to have this kind of relief from their first round pick and not be worried about, not be upset about it. I know that we were upset last year and it ended up being we were all wrong, and thank goodness we were wrong. But
right,
man,
that was the old us though. That's not representative of the people we are today.
We live in a different world these days.
Yes. I mean, that was right at the peak of the pandemic. I mean, you got to give us some kind of excuse here. I mean, we were all dealing with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Our mental health wasn't in the right space. That just wasn't us.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of us want us to eat crow, and we will.
Yeah.
But I hope you all at this time are respectful of our headspace at that time. Thank you, Stebbs. I appreciate the that's helping.
I mean, I agree completely.
I appreciate everybody for respecting me and everybody here at Bolson Blue family at this time. This is hard, We didn't want Justin Herbert. He was the offensive rookie of the year and looks like just a franchise quarterback. So the guys that you saw then is not the guys you see now. So we apologize. We're eating crow now. Long live Herbert. And, Herbie is now fully loaded. He's got Slater. Anything you want to add to that, Stebbs?
We now have to do a whole nother apology post for that you just did there. But the one thing you did leave out is that we apologize for making you feel a certain way if we did.
Right.
Yeah, we apologize for making you feel a certain way, or apologize for how you felt. Yeah, pretty much. We're raised that way,
Yeah.
Heat of the moment.
Right.
It's emotional, and
right.
We hope that you can have some faith in us, because we have faith in you. So
yeah.
So
yeah.
So thank you, Patreon. If you want to go check that out, uploading every week.
Yep. Patreon. Yep.
No, man. That's
yeah. I mean, just to kind of piggyback on that a little bit. I mean, if we triggered anybody with our Herbert slander,
oh God, the words.
We apologize. we We had a good bit going here.
We try to make this a safe space for everyone. And really, I apologize if we didn't. And oh,
funny. I didn't see the call.
That
All right,
I gotta see the Colts pick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
What I missed.
Oh, just
we just apologized for all of our statements from last year about Herbert.
Oh, yeah.
That we Oh wow!
Exactly.
Another edge rusher off the board. Quiddy Pay.
They needed it.
We were just apologizing for if we triggered anybody or made anybody uncomfortable with our comments. Steb said it, but that's not us. That's not us.
Yeah, you're right.
We're better than that. But also, listen, this was at the beginning of the pandemic. There was a lot of unrest, uncertainty. So we're different people now.
Unprecedented times, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, back then, we didn't get to root for Rashawn Slater, and now we do. So this is new us, and I can't wait to show you guys.
We were
so
an
thanks for
impoverished franchise when it came to the offensive line, and we are no longer a poverty offensive line. We are new people. Please do not judge me on my past actions and mistakes. I have found God, and we're moving forward.
Oh.
Ooh, nice. Thanks, Mike. Thanks. And I think that Jamie, later, if he comes on later or maybe tomorrow, he'll have his own statement. I think that's the first thing we're going to have to touch on, is have him give his words.
I've admitted
because he was really hard on Herbert.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
I've eaten crow on several radio spots so far this offseason. Like every time I've gone on, I've just without being like asked about it, I just say it, like I was wrong about Herbert. I made it a habit.
Yeah.
I mean, I even day 2 of the draft last year, I remember getting on, and I had the night before, after picking him, I went back and watched all the tape, and I was like, I wasn't sure if it was the Chargers colored lenses, of now that he's a Charger, I'm like, I don't know, it actually looks kind of good. It kind of started coming around to it, and I was like, nah, I'm being dumb. That's just me convincing myself. But man, did he turn out to be a lot better than I ever could have thought he did. So for my past transgressions, I do apologize sincerely.
Yeah.
From the bottom of my heart, I do.
I hope nobody thinks we're being serious. By the way, this is all in jest.
Oh, I'm sure. There's at least
no,
one
we're
person.
wrong. I mean, let's be honest. We were wrong about Herbert.
Yeah, completely. Completely.
But that happens, and we're happy tonight.
And we're all happy that we were wrong about Herbert, right? So.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
We live in a world where
I wanted to be wrong about Mike Williams and wrong about Denzel Perryman and wrong about all of them.
We you take those. You take being wrong about your starting quarterback when you hated the pick or didn't like the pick, if you will.
Oh man.
Take those.
Dude, can we just laugh at Tom Telesco in his pre-draft pressers of him trying so hard not to give anyone clues whatsoever about what they were going to do, that where like Gilbert Manzano, if you guys know of the OC Register, he said like at one point he was like, so it seems like the biggest need is offensive tackle, and Telesco made a point to be like, well, it's your biggest need. And so we're all just like, oh my god, he's really going there, like we could be he it could be like prior to the Justin Herbert pick where like Rivers retired. And we could be like, well, you guys need a quarterback this year. And he'd be like, well, it's your opinion and we need a quarterback this year. I'm like, no, it's not. Like when it's so apparent that if you were to say, no, it's not a need, you'd be put into like a psych ward because you're so crazy. Like it's so stupid, but he does not want to give anybody a lick of anything.
They benched Pipkins for a guy that they did not want to re-sign. You're not going to then put it in Pipkins' hands. You're not. So
that's the other issue, and I was talking about it a little bit with Rashawn Slater, but they invested a 3rd-round pick, and I know Telesco has been notoriously bad at that, but Trey Pipkins was supposed to be the developmental guy. He was supposed to have the feet that were going to develop into a starting left tackle, and they have already given up on him, and they already drafted his replacement in this draft. So, that's a huge disappointment. I mean, his ceiling now is a swing tackle, unless they can find a way to fit him at right tackle another year. I don't know, but
well, he did play some right tackle, I thought, this year, And if Bulaga's as old as he is, if they don't think Bulaga's going to be there, I mean, it could be. I don't know. He could be the right tackle of the future. We just don't know it. But God knows how much he would have to progress in the next year or so to make that happen, right? Like it's. I remember. I don't know if you guys caught it, but besides saying he was bullish on Trey Pipkins, he did say that he thought Pipkins played well towards the end of the season when I think he did play that right tackle spot. So who knows? I'm just picking stuff out, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard to believe when they're playing Sam Tevy and Storm Norton and other guys in his place if they really were that bullish on him. But it's okay. They got their starting left tackle now, so we don't even really have to talk about it until probably 2022, or if Brian Bulaga or Slater goes down.
So week 11, he played 100% of the snaps, then played 19% week 12, was on COVID for week 13 and 14, was benched or just healthy scratch on week 15, and then played 100% of the snaps week 16. So even if they say he played better down the stretch, he was benched week 15. So like if that was his better, I don't know. I like you're saying, you might just have to chalk it up to a lost pick at this point. And if you get a swing tackle, then you should be happy here, like because they moved on. He's not the left tackle anymore. If you get a right tackle or a swing tackle, be happy with that being the case. Like the third round pick at this point doesn't matter. We have seen him play.
Yeah.
We've seen him play for 2 years.
So luckily, Telesco didn't take Trey Pipkins into mind here and just went the best player available at the biggest position in need.
Yeah.
Because there could have been a conversation where, or at least in another world, where Telesco said, hey, Trey Pipkins deserves a shot here. Let's go a different direction. But luckily he got the right guy here in Slater.
For sure. With having it be a deep offensive line class, should they want to move on from Trey Pipkins, they could even look for that in the third or fourth, that kind of thing, to get your backup swing tackle or whatever. Their options are open. It's clear that he's not the starter. So again, whatever you can get out of him at this point, get it, and then they shouldn't have any kind of allegiance to the guy going forward. That's it.
Yeah, and like we were saying before the Slater pick, there's going to be a lot of teams going offensive tackle at the beginning of top of two.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who needed tackles that passed on them. Cincinnati and Miami, and there was a couple others that decided to forego it and go with somebody else. The Chargers got a tackle, and hopefully one of those corners we were talking about falls into their lap here at the top.
Could this be Caleb Farley?
That's what I was thinking earlier. Yeah.
They got rid of Adoree Jackson. I'm not sure who else they have on the board.
Adoree.
They got rid of two corners. They got rid of Adoree, and they got rid of the guy they traded or they picked up from New England.
Malcolm Butler.
Yes, Butler. Thank you. Yeah, both starting corners are gone, so they have a big corner need.
Yeah, Farley would make a ton of sense here.
I'm trying to find the Chargers fan pod out here in the stands. Vikings, Bucks, Pats.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like podcasts.
No. I'm just trying to find where the Chargers fans are.
Got it. I hear you.
Are we as concerned about tip picks right now or no?
Oh, I see them. They're on the floor on the left-hand side. I just saw them. Someone was wearing a Herbert jersey.
Oh, they're singing Sweet Caroline. That's fun. That song slaps. It's one of the few Caucasian anthems.
Yeah. That and what's the White Stripes song they play at every sporting event?
Oh, Seven Nation Army.
Yeah.
All right, here's the pick.
Oh, did I just tip it? Sorry.
Caleb Farley. Look at that.
He didn't, though.
Didn't what?
Just double check.
Yeah, good for them.
All right, well.
Yeah, no, he opted out for the season. Someone in the chat said one thing about Slater is he played this year. I don't care what anyone says, but that's important. He didn't. He opted out for 2020.
Well,
right. Yeah, I said that, didn't I?
So the Titans essentially lost Isaiah Williams last year with their first-round pick and are risking their next first-round pick.
Yeah, I'm hopefully for different reasons than the Wilson thing, because man, did that shit blow up.
Yeah, it's hard to think about because it's just so boneheaded. And I mean, again, who knows what he's going through. But I mean, he's probably had family, Georgia teammates, and NFL teammates and coaches and all, I mean, dozens of people probably reach out at some point to be like, "What's going on? Can we help you?" And he's obviously he's not accepting any of it.
Yeah.
It's tough, man. It's tough, but maybe he just doesn't care about football. That's a real thing.
Yeah, I mean that's something I've heard so many former players and on TV spots or podcast guests, whatever. They always talk about how there's always those guys in the locker room, just don't they don't have that feeling about the game, and that average fan may never know, but if they don't care to that extent and they have outside shit getting in, you never know.
Caleb Farley looks like Logic.
What?
No, he does not.
Stop.
Sorry, did you just see him on the screen?
Yes.
I saw him.
Yes, he does not look like Logic.
No.
Stop it.
No, How does he not?
This, because he's...
Glasses, the hair color is totally different.
Yeah, totally.
Oh my God.
You think Vikings go Tevin Jenkins?
I think this is...
They gotta go tackle.
The thing is, it could be Tevin Jenkins if they feel like maybe Brian O'Neill can switch over to left, or Jenkins to do that. Otherwise, I don't see why this couldn't be Darisaw, who could just easily fit in left tackle.
You know what I just realized? Didn't Farley just test positive for COVID?
Yes.
He tested negative this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, he did, but that's why he's all alone, though, right?
Well, so the reports...
Nobody else was in the room, no family or anything?
Well, the reports, when he tested negative, Schefter was like, he can now watch it with his friends and family. So...
But there was a report 30 minutes later that said he was not being allowed to because it was he had a couple of positive tests in the last week or something like that.
Yeah, but you're at home watching with your family.
I saw the same thing though. I saw that, but because it's broadcast, it's optics of all that. I think probably took into account. So
yeah, don't take away the kid's moment. All right,
I'm sure as soon as the camera got cut, I'm sure he ran to the other room. Yeah. But
I'm sure he's just fine.
So who do you think it's Darisaw or Jenkins here?
I think it's Darisaw.
I'm Darisaw, man. Get that left tackle, and I know most people think that Jenkins can do that, but get the guy who's done it. I go Darisaw here.
This is a pretty good spot for Darisaw, to be honest.
Yeah, this is Darisaw, I think.
Yeah.
And again, they picked up two third-round picks for still getting an offensive lineman just to fall back 9 spots, and a 5th.
Yeah, I mean, if they were really high on Tevin Jenkins and Christian Darisaw, then it makes sense that they could have. Well, you don't know what could have happened. 10 picks or whatever they traded back. 11, 12,
9.
Whatever they traded
9
back.
from 14 to 23.
9.
Yeah.
So 9 picks. But to still get a tackle that you liked on the board.
Yeah.
If they were just like, hey, listen, we still like Darisaw and Jenkins and yeah, they could have sat there and did it. Still could have got their guy.
Yeah. I mean, apparently, I'm guessing they wanted a tackle. They probably didn't view Vera-Tucker maybe as a tackle, so they traded back because they saw 2 options. Because otherwise, they could have just stayed there and taken Vera-Tucker.
I mean,
didn't tackle that badly.
That's a long ways to trade back while thinking you could still pick one of the top tackles left on the board. I wonder what information they were able to get to make that decision and feel safer about it. Because, maybe they called Alex or maybe called the Raiders and were like, hey, are you going to pick this? Maybe they were like, no. And then a bunch of other places were like, no, we're not even going to go offensive tackle. I don't know. I don't think that's possible more likely at all. But that's a crazy long way to trade back and hope for the best.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they, love 4 or 5 guys and they're just like, hey, whoever falls to us. But
Can't believe it worked out, but man.
Yeah. Assuming they do go tackle, which again, I look at the roster, they have to. It's such a big need for them.
Yeah, if they're not picking a corner, they're picking an offensive lineman. If it's not an offensive lineman, it's going to be a corner. That's what the Vikings do.
Speaking of.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Darisaw.
Hey, do you guys remember when the Chargers selected Slater?
Oh, yeah, I vaguely remember that. Yeah, I remember being, feeling pretty mad about the whole thing, honestly.
God, what a cool thing to happen,
No, what are you talking about? What happened?
Yeah, that one time where Rashawn Slater fell to the Chargers.
I don't know.
Who would draft offensive lineman from Northwestern? What the hell?
That was pretty crazy. pretty crazy if you ask me. Oh, that's cute.
Man.
Quiddy Pay. They caught Quiddy Pay on camera telling his mom that she can retire and will never have to work again in her life.
There we go.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, that's what we should all do.
Mac Jones just got quoted and said once he was passed by the 49ers, he said, "I wanted to be drafted by the Patriots all along." Sure, buddy, sure.
And there you go, Minnesota.
Yep, there you go. You got your guy.
I don't know the pick.
That's why I didn't say a name.
Honey, you guys drafted Christian Darrisaw.
There you go.
Okay, so do we see the first running back go here? I know that's the hot pick. Everyone's like, we know pick 1, 2, and 24. Do they go running back?
Harris? Yeah, I think they do.
It makes so much sense, right?
Yeah.
Hooray!
It's going to be interesting to see what the Vikings do with their third-round picks because they just got their tackle, and now they got loaded up on some third-round
They
picks.
could use those to move up again if they wanted to. That's the thing, man. You get those picks. It gives you that ability to be, mobile as far as where you're picking. Move up, move back. Love that kind of stuff. So that's why having this extra third is nice because moving up to the top of 2, if they have someone they absolutely love at corner, they can do that.
Yeah.
I like that Newsom's still on the board. It gives me hope that Asante Samuel will keep falling.
I know. And Newsom's still not taken.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, with Newsom.
Oh, yeah.
With Newsom still on the board. I don't see Samuel being taken above him. So it's nice that he's still there.
Yeah.
I'm just catching up on the Slack here. All the celebrating for Slater. Love it.
Oh, nice. Is anybody watching the chat?
Yeah, I've been bouncing in there and
Okay,
out there
good,
the whole time.
good. Anybody making fun of us yet?
No.
Nothing yet?
No.
Oh, good.
No. I mean,
Caleb
did they enjoy the Herbert's apology?
Yes. Did they? That's what I want to know.
Yeah,
Did they enjoy us eating our crow?
I think so.
Because of
Steelers pick is already in. Is this going to be the first running back in Najee Harris?
We just said that.
Do you think it is?
Oh, sorry. I was speaking to someone else in the room.
No.
A girl. Go ahead. You can say it. You're talking to a girl.
They keep calling you a girl, even though you've been my wife for 2 years. You've been a girl for 5 years to them.
But you're bragging because you've got a girl in the room, and we're sitting here in the room by ourselves, Stebbs and I.
You got a wife and kids.
Yeah, but Stebbs locked in a basement.
Okay, well, yesterday I had someone that was in here. You thought I was in trouble, so.
Yeah. Oh, was that a girl?
Wow.
Stebbs, come on now.
To be honest, she came over.
Wait a minute.
She appeared over your shoulder. She was acting like a teacher that caught you doing something wrong, and she was about to punish you with a ruler, and I got really weirded out.
Nah, it's because I was supposed to take a shot, and I was putting it off. So.
Oh.
So anyway, do you think this is Harris?
I think so.
Mike?
I think so. It just the stars are aligning.
It just makes too much sense, man.
Yeah. Unless they want to go into next season with Benny Snell and Alex McFarland or whatever his name was.
No one wants to do that.
Sounds awful. If the Steelers want to be the team they are, man, they've always got to have a good ground game.
Steelers being the Steelers. That's a menacing. I see that. INJD. ENJD, I guess.
They're fist bumping in the Steelers war room, so I'm assuming they got their guy.
That's a good point, though. JOK is still on the board. That's.
JOK, yeah, but they already have Devin Bush.
No. I just mean on the board in general for the draft. It's surprising he's still available.
Yeah. All right.
Menacing.
Too perfect.
The worst kept secret in the NFL.
Yeah.
Worst kept secrets.
I mean, did anybody, and I mean this honestly, did anybody have in the Steelers taking anybody other than Harris? I felt like every mock was Najee Harris, and that was it.
Seriously, I mean, it's like the joke. Literally, pick 1, 2, and 24 were locked in, like this entire January 1st till now.
I felt
Najee
the
looks like
Pitts
Prince.
pick was locked in, and that Chase pick was locked in too.
Chase feels like it's been more of like the last month or so though. Like there's been definitely a lot more talk about Chase.
Right. Not like the whole
Yeah.
draft. I mean, Harris was like the easiest pick to
It
predict.
really was.
I wish I had a higher pick in my dynasty leagues, or else because he'd be a hell of a target to get. But
Yeah.
so
Does anybody have any question? Is there any questions in the chat they want to ask us?
There hasn't been one recently.
We're
but,
here.
Yeah, throw some
Okay.
out, guys.
yeah, hit us up with questions. We got some time to kill.
Yeah, we could definitely.
Moving,
we can definitely answer.
Using one of those thirds to move up right now wouldn't be the worst thing.
Oh man. Ooh, Tevin makes sense.
Yeah, I mean they franchise Cam. Who's their other
Jawan
tackle?
Taylor.
Yeah, they have Jawan Taylor and they franchise Cam.
Jenkins would probably be in at guard.
Yeah, they got Norwell.
Norwell.
Center.
They still have Brandon Linder.
They have a Narwhal at guard.
They have Narwhal. What did I say? Narwhal?
Yeah.
Norwell.
Okay.
They've got a Narwhal, which is a.
Seems
pretty
like a
good-
lot of talented receivers are falling. Would you consider trading up for any of them if you're the Chargers?
Do you think they're falling? I don't.
Any wide receivers? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's really falling at wide receiver. Do
So
you?
basically Bateman.
Bateman, okay.
Maybe
But
Terrace
even then,
Marshall.
I think 20s is probably the right range for him. Terrace Marshall, I thought was more of a second round guy anyway.
I don't think that's a position we would ever trade up for, especially with other needs going on.
Nah.
What are the thoughts on someone like Melifonwu in the second? Does he slot at corner or safety in the NFL? I didn't watch really Efeatu Melifonwu at all. Heard good things, but this isn't a pick, something that I could probably speak on too well.
Same here. I didn't really watch him in too much depth. But Dane has him as a second round corner. 6'2", 205, 4'4", 40.
Do you have thoughts, Garrett?
I got him more as a lengthy outside corner. I mean, he makes some sense.
Mm-hmm.
I like Newsome, Samuel better there, but
Yeah.
definitely an option.
Newsome
If
is
he's
heavy,
available.
man. That's where I'm at.
Anyone in general that you would trade back up for?
I think the length and size of Melifonwu would be really good in Staley's system. That would be a pretty good fit. I would 100% trade up for Newsome here.
Yeah, I would definitely trade up for Newsome. Or if Samuel's available, trade up to the top of 2 before tomorrow. Whether that's first, second, third pick in the round, but I definitely would trade up if Samuel's still there, just to secure the guy. I don't know what that would take to move up to the top of 2, but secure that number 1 corner, I would do it.
Yeah, but that cornerback class is pretty deep in the middle. But I think, to me, Newsome is a tier above those guys. So I would do it, but I understand staying pat because there's a lot of guys who can get there, and you're in the top of second.
Are there any day 2 safeties that pique your interest?
Grant.
Absolutely, yes. Grant, Nasruddin, and the Oregon kid.
Javon Holland?
Thank you. Yeah.
For
All
what
three
it's
of those
worth,
guys. All three of those guys.
NFL.com and Lance Zierlein have Hamza Nasruddin as a 5th round pick.
I could see him at the end of 3, but I wouldn't use a 2 on him. But
Right.
I love Grant, and I love I already forgot his name again from Oregon.
Holland.
Thank you. Jamar Holland.
Javon.
Javon. Yeah.
So, I think Javon Holland, and I might be thinking of somebody else, but he had like a ton of pass breakups heading into 2020 before he opted out. Like, I think he was one of the nation's active leaders in pass breakups. Like, that guy is always around the ball. Always. And I think that's just a natural talent that should be coveted. Like, you can have all the athletic talent in the world and whatever. If you just, for whatever reason, find yourself always in position to make a play of some sort, I think that can't be understated. And safeties, there's only 3 safeties on the roster right now: Derwin James, Nas, and Logan Gilman.
Yeah.
Like, they do need a safety. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if a safety went higher than you'd ever expect them to this draft.
100%.
This is. I'll find out what they're thinking.
Yeah, he 8 pass defense deflections last year and 4 picks, 11 the year prior and 5 interceptions. So he's been very productive through his career. 4.5 tackles for loss. Kind of played all over the place last season. That's Holland. Love what I saw from him. I mean, and I think pretty much everyone loves Grant. Grant would be a very solid choice too, for sure.
I still think they got to come away with an edge rusher on day 2.
Who you like them, or who do you like for them? Any specific names you want to call out?
Joe Tryon, Boogie Basham are 2 guys that I really like.
What about Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma?
I never really watched any Ronnie Perkins. I've heard good things, but I haven't really trusted any defenders out of Oklahoma aside from like last year's defensive tackle, but I can't think of his name right now. It's hard to trust anybody who played for like a Big 12 defense that still allowed quite a few points.
I feel that. I feel like every year there's an edge rusher from Oklahoma that I like that doesn't turn out to too much. And I'm worried that Ronnie Perkins is that one this year. I forget the one last year had a name that was a little bit harder for me to pronounce. I don't remember what it was. Damn it. But every year.
Wait, you talking about an older Oklahoma edge rusher?
No, I want to say it was a rookie last year.
Well, what about Okubonio Okoronkwo?
That's the one. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, was that last year or the year before?
No, he was a couple years ago.
Okay. I just feel like there's always someone from Oklahoma that I'm like, oh, I really like this tape, and then I just never really see him again. So I'm worried about that with Perkins, but I did like what I saw out of the kid. Late second, early third kind of thing from him. But yeah, Tryon. I don't really want to touch Rousseau, even though I know he was super promising. Basham was a fun watch for sure.
So Samuel in the chat asks, can Melvin still be resigned? Should that be an option? I'm going to let you guys answer that first.
Oh my gosh.
Would you even consider re-signing Melvin Ingram?
Hey, wait till you see this Jaguars pick.
Okay.
Oh, I just saw it.
Is it an oh my gosh, is like we're going to laugh about it?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
I love laughing about other teams.
This is like too stupid.
It's a reach.
There was nobody in the chair.
Definitely a reach.
Yeah, it's because he wanted to sit in it. I mean, this is good for the Chargers, so I won't. So that's good.
Oh, wow.
They got Trevor Lawrence is running.
Wow, they're really giving Travis to Trevor. That's awesome. Like, legitimately, that's pretty cool to see. But why? Hold on. They have James Robinson, who's a legitimately good player. Like, steal of the undrafted free agent class of last year.
Yeah.
And they go and spend one of their first-round picks on a running back. Dude, I think Urban Meyer's must have some things cooked up for the offense if he wants 2 legitimate like RB1 type players.
Man.
Oh,
so seven more picks, and Newsom's still there, Samuel's still there.
Ready for that ride this year? We always do. It's like, oh man, we got these 5 or 6 players. That
I know. We do it every year.
But no, man, having them both on the board, it's you love to see that.
Dude, that
corner's such a hole though. It has to be addressed.
That stat, whatever it was, I think that Glenn in our Slack chat pointed out that that the Chargers have literally been awful at second-round picks. Is not a fun thought leading into tomorrow.
Yeah, all different staff though too. You know. And it's obvious the coaching at least has a bit of their ear. I mean, typically after the draft, we heard about, some player was loved by the coaching staff or whatever, and they ended up getting them. And we'll see. We'll see. Turn a lot of things.
So I just texted him. Do you want me to tell you targets for round 2 if he gets back to me or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. That's not tipping anything. I don't think nothing that's anything you're willing to say.
Okay. want to make sure.
All right, hometown team.
Cleveland
I
pick
think-
is in.
I think my buddy Cam, my coworker, who I wanted to get on the show, is actually in there because he moved to Ohio recently.
Oh, to go there?
I think he's there at the draft.
Yeah. Damn, nice.
Didn't the Jaguars get Carlos Hyde too?
Yes.
Did they?
I want to say.
Didn't
yes.
they just
I
sign
remember
him?
that.
Didn't they get? Don't they have Robinson?
Yes,
and
they did.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
They have James Robinson, Raquel Armstead, Carlos Hyde.
Why is
Already-
Andrew
already
Berry in his
Wale.
house by himself?
I don't.
Or
Yeah.
his-
I don't understand it. I get you want to get
Fine,
your
a Sigma?
teammates, but
All these names I like the college film on.
They got in the seat. That's awesome. I might try to land ETN in my rookie draft. I don't. Not with Robinson there. I don't know.
if Owosu Koromoa is available still in the second, you're gonna have a hard time not getting Telesco to try to trade up for him or
That's a good point.
Yeah.
get up
Right.
there early.
He's a
Man.
Notre Dame player I didn't even think about.
That's a real good point.
He's a good player too. He wouldn't be somebody I'd be disappointed with. That's for sure. In the second.
Yeah, that's not another Gilman situation for sure.
DJ's talking about Koromora right now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
As
actually.
long as it's not Newsom or Samuel here. That's what we're hoping.
Newsom, Samuel, Usa Koromoa.
Well, don't the Saints need a corner? Weren't all the reports talking about moving up into the top 10 to get a corner?
Yeah. That was all the talk I saw today, yeah.
I think they did a good job with this stage. I'm not gonna lie, it is good to see everyone together again.
Oh, yeah. It's also good to see Slater being drafted by the Chargers.
I wish you guys were here. Because I would shove you like Rashawn Slater did. Remember when he was lifting?
Yeah.
And that nerd was coming up behind him and he shoved him like out of the frame.
That was Slater, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I'd do that to you, Stubbs. I would do that to you.
Hey, feel free, man.
But like
Feel
all
free.
love.
Feel free.
Out of love.
Aw.
That's a real thing, man. When you there's the Chargers fan group.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's also a pick.
Do you guys just want to tell me the pick?
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's a corner.
It's a corner. It's Newsom.
That's his hometown too,
I'm
man.
surprised, man. Didn't they already have like well, Greedy? I don't know. I guess he's kind of unproven.
They
Of course,
landed
have,
Sean Johnson and Troy Hill.
Yeah, Troy Hill for nickel, and they have Greedy coming in the second year, and then who was the guy they drafted 4th overall or whatever it was, or 10? It was in the top 10. Not Wade? Was it Wade?
Sean Wade.
No.
You're not talking about Ward, right? Denzel Ward?
Ward. Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah, Denzel
Yeah.
Ward. Yep.
Yeah, Denzel
Man,
Ward.
That,
Greedy Williams,
that
yeah.
pick is just going to help solidify a Browns defense that looks crazy good on paper.
It really
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, good pick by them. Doesn't help the Chargers out here, but
No.
How many teams at the start of 2 need a corner? Do we know?
Let's see here. Still to go. We have Green Bay, Buffalo, Baltimore. Baltimore picks twice. The next Yeah, Baltimore picks 27 and 31. Then Tampa Bay. Let's see, round 2. God, the NFL.com site sucks so bad. Jaguars, Jets, Falcons, Dolphins, Eagles. Bang. There's a lot of teams that could take one. Bengals, Panthers, Broncos. Not a lot of trades so far in the top of the second round. Pretty much chalk except for the Dolphins and Houston.
I am so interested in what the Packers do in 3 more picks. Like, do they load up on receivers and be like, hey, we've got somebody now, Rodgers?
I'm wondering if that's what Rodgers was kind of like, hey, y'all fucked me last year.
Yeah.
I want to leave unless you give me a wide receiver kind of shit, you know?
Tevin Jenkins on a Baltimore offensive line would be so nasty.
Replace Brown with Jenkins, basically?
Yeah, I think the 2 perfect picks for the Ravens here will be Rashad Bateman and Tevin Jenkins.
If they could come out of the first round with those 2, that'd be... Damn. That'd be really impressive.
Literally on the head, the 2 picks they need.
But what doesn't that push Troy Hill out now if they got Newsome? They got Greedy Williams on one side. They got Denzel Ward. They just signed Troy Hill. What are they going to do with Newsome?
I don't think they're completely like invested in Greedy Williams maybe
Greedy?
being that guy yet, I guess. I mean, that'd be my take because you're not going to... You just invest in Troy Hill, like you said, and Ward's really good. So
yeah. Yeah, interesting.
What's the contract situation there?
Because they drafted Greedy pretty high, so it's...
Second round.
Weird. Yeah, so,
I asked for immediate consideration of the Bud Light Summer Stimmy. Highlights include Bud Light giveaway sports tickets, beer, and music to people across
That might indicate they're not wanting to re-sign somebody. Ward is 2022. They got that 5th year on that one. And then Greedy's only entering his, 3rd year, so... I don't know, man. They just keep stacking up talent on that defensive backfield.
I would have loved to
They
trade up for Greg Newsome.
They went and signed John Johnson, even though they had Grant Delpit from last year and Ronnie Harrison. They just have talent, man.
Yeah.
These are crazy stats.
Who are their middle linebackers right now?
The Browns?
Yeah, because that seems...
Sion Taki, Anthony Walker, that they just signed. Jacob Phillips.
Okay,
yeah, they got rid of Joe Schobert, who's so
They've
good.
got really good... They've got a packed secondary, a good defensive front, and then a bunch of guys.
In the middle, yeah.
Okay, so I guess... Well, the Rams just had the #1 defense with essentially that scheme. They had a bunch of just dudes in the middle, and then good secondary, good line. So apparently it works. All right, Baltimore pick is in.
Yo, someone in the chat says Packers select Elijah Molden. Watch, that'd be a hell of a pick, man. Oh no, I'm thinking Elijah Moore. Never mind. I'm thinking Moore. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think that'd be a good pick for him. I think this has to be Bateman if you consider the fact that they want to pick a receiver before Green Bay, and then they know no one else there. Buffalo nor Green Bay are going to pick a lineman. Leaving me with Tevin Jenkins. God, tomorrow's Friday.
Dude, I mean, think about, like, Newsome could, in my book, could easily be CB1 on any team. But if you've got guys like Ward and Troy Hill, it's like you're stacked, you know?
Yeah.
You give him the chance to be versatile enough to gamble. I mean, that's the perfect situation for him. I don't know what they're doing with Greedy, but Newsome's going to get that job.
Yeah, it's one of those keep adding to your strength, I guess, man.
Thanks, everybody, for sticking around and watching, by the way.
Got 137 in the chat.
Nice.
Love to see it.
We don't even have the full team here. That's great. Thank you.
And dealing with all this stuff, you know, getting stuff figured out at the beginning. Their pick was like what, an hour and a half ago at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank y'all for sticking around for sure. Pick is in for the Ravens.
Oh, they just showed a guy.
Oh, yeah, I just saw the pick too.
Oh, okay. It's weird. They usually don't tip the picks on the broadcast, but they've been just like showing the guys getting excited.
Which streamer you on, Garrett?
ESPN.
ESPN. Okay, I'm still
You
on
guys
NFL
told me
now.
to.
Oh, sorry, I went back to NFL Network.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they haven't tipped anything, so I was curious.
Oh, okay. Don't yawn, man.
Apologies.
You can't do that.
Gotta keep the energy up. I'm gonna try not to work that hard tomorrow before the show.
What time zone you in now?
Central.
Central. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
it's 10, what, 30?
Rashad Bateman, yes.
Yeah. Good pick for them, man.
Dude, one of the guys who stood at my wedding is a huge Ravens fan. He went to the University of Maryland and all that, and he was like dying to get Bateman. That's huge, man.
Go.
The Ravens finally have a legitimate, like, complete wide receiver. Like they've had nobodies and just dudes that were like niche players. That's awesome.
Having him be a compliment or vice versa with Brown, right? Little speedy kid.
Yeah, Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood. Having those be a complimentary wide receivers is really deadly.
Yeah, I don't think Hollywood, despite what he himself probably thought, wasn't going to cut it as a true number one wide receiver. And Bateman allows him to open up his possibilities and just what he can do. Oh, Bateman's in Tipton, Georgia. It's not too far from where I was living for a bit. Good for him, man. That's awesome. I'm glad to see the Ravens finally make a good pick and get Lamar Jackson a better freaking target, because that passing offense was horrendous. Happy for him, man. Dobbins, Brown, Bateman, Andrews. Now that offense is looking like an offense.
Saints pick is in.
Yeah, 5 more picks.
I'm scared, guys. I think this might be a corner.
I know. I'm concerned.
Saints. What do they have? Patrick Robinson, he's still around. Marshawn Lattimore. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then nothing.
Yeah.
Grant Haley and Keith Washington.
Yeah,
So-
Malcolm Jenkins is out. I think that was their other
Who are the
corner.
corners left? Because if it's not Asante Samuel, would it be what, Stokes or
Adebo.
Adebo? But he's not going first.
Adebo.
Let's see here.
Tyson Campbell. I mean, Samuel's the next best guy.
Elijah Molden.
Molden, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is probably Asante Samuel, which is rough.
Yeah, because
Shout out to those that are. Oh, I just looked at the Slack. Somebody's up at 4:30 still watching. Somebody in the UK, Caroline, is gonna get out.
Caroline, yeah.
Nice. Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline. Shout out to you. Appreciate that.
And then whoever INJD 1983 staying up.
They could go Barmore.
And did we mention Melifonwu? They mentioned that in the
That's
chat.
not what they could go with. Their nose right now is Shy Tuttle.
Who? Oh, you mean the Saints?
Yeah, they could go deep at DT.
I was like,
They
you
could
just
go.
made up a player.
I kind of did. And then
Oh, man.
David Onyemata, but
I got the Saints pick. And it is not a corner, so
okay.
Oh, shit. I totally forgot. I forgot that there was the press conference for the Chargers today.
Today?
Well, they have it after the draft.
Oh shit.
I don't know if I got sent the link because I was supposed to RSVP. Damn, well that's a bummer. Oh, I was supposed to RSVP. I don't know why they don't just send it out to me as a regular, but yeah, I didn't RSVP. So I think it's going on right now, like the press conference for Slater. Oh well, that's fine.
Ooh.
I'm thinking DT.
Do you want me to tell you who the pick is? No?
Is it not? Just tell us if it's not Asante Samuel.
It is not Asante Samuel.
Love hearing that. That's great.
It is not a corner.
Good.
Yeah, that's great.
The greatest ever. Go online now to get your Hall of Fame exclusive enshrinement
I don't
gear.
think he'll be a
Shop
DB.
exclusive class of 2021 gear at ProFootballHof.com. Shop exclusive class 21 gear, baby. Sixth pick coming up. Packers on the clock tomorrow night. Let's do it again.
Could use a wide receiver.
1 o'clock Eastern time right here on NFL Network. Don't miss that. And schedule release show. Very rare for us to have a schedule.
Oh shit, that's cool. Najee Harris threw a draft party at the homeless shelter where he lived for years. Damn.
All right, you guys want to hear? You want to hear some position groups, or should I get some more people in here? Hold on a second. What was Slater benching there? Was it 500?
What, the video?
That one video, yeah.
He was squatting.
490, 495 or something? It was like just shy of 5, wasn't it?
If it's 5 plates, it's 495.
God damn.
I'd have to look at it.
Which
But I was
isn't
just
a lot.
remembering, like, I'm pretty sure it was like 490, 495. Like,
To be honest, if he was doing it for 1 rep, I guarantee you it's more than 495.
I'm sure we can find that clip online.
I'm only saying that because I did well over 500, so I'm guessing he
What?
did that. Yes.
No, not to you, sorry. To the pick.
Oh, yeah.
No, see.
Hold on, I found the video.
What? Okay.
Okay, so it's a pick that makes no sense. Got it.
I mean, sure.
Okay, so he's squatting 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, hold on. That is only 500. That's not a lot. I mean, it is, but it's just I just would expect more.
Alright, humble brag. This is
Yeah, it's probably a humble brag. Like my max was like 510. Like I'll be honest, that was it.
Whew.
But
It's a lot of weight. Good on you.
yeah. Oh no, it's incredibly more impressive. It's a front squat, not a back squat. Holy shit. Peyton Turner.
That's exactly.
I knew he was good, but holy cow.
They have Cam Jordan. Well, they have that weird contract with him, I guess.
They have
though.
Cam Jordan, and then they just picked up Marcus Davenport's 5th-year option.
Yeah. But Cam Jordan, that's one of those like. It's weird. It's a weird extension. I don't know.
So anyway, back to the squatting
It
video.
was
So
495, right? Was I right?
yeah, it's a 495
okay.
front squat, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
insane. So my best front squat was 380, I think. And so I never did 4 plates, which was 415 or 405, excuse me. So yeah, dude, 495 on a front squat is crazy.
Packers kept the pick, and it's in.
Peyton Turner was 60th on the consensus board.
Damn. Yeah, that one surprised me.
Well, that still just pushes people down.
Sure, Rousseau has some
I
regrets.
mean, this is lining up to be like a 2019 where they land Tillery and then Nasir Adderley in the second. I feel like it's kind of revving up to be maybe something like that.
Okay. I just tweeted out to have people come on so we can talk about day 2, okay?
Oh yeah.
So I'll give them like, I don't know, 5 minutes.
Who's coming on?
I said I just tweeted out that we'll talk about day 2, the text I got about.
Okay.
Is Aziz Ojolari still out there?
Yes.
Damn. Ojolari,
I'll be right back.
Owe. Okay.
So they really went
JFK.
with a defensive end when they needed that corner really badly.
Yeah, they did. After they just gave the fifth-year option to, which means they have 2 more years left with Davenport, and they have Cam Jordan signed up through 2023. Ah, man, cool. Pushes the guys we want down further.
Wow. God, who do the Packers need?
Wide receivers.
Wide receiver, yeah, you're right. I would be surprised if this was, honestly, Rondale Moore.
I think either of the Moores could go here, Rondale or Elijah.
Elijah Moore, that's the guy I could think of.
I think it could be either of them. Their offensive line looks. Oh, they could use a great offensive line.
Not super immediate though. I don't think that's that crazy of a.
I mean, if they love Billy Turner at right tackle, but if they could upgrade him with Tevin Jenkins.
Oh, interesting. This pick is interesting.
The Packers?
Yeah.
Well, I like.
Have you seen
when it's
it yet?
just interesting. No, not yet.
This pick is in for me still. Wide receiver, inside linebacker, outside linebacker, defensive line, and corner. This Shays needs.
I wonder if this is.
I
Jock.
would say it's one of those positions.
It's Jock.
And it's towards the end of that group you just read.
It's not Asante Samuel Jr., is it?
Do you want me to tell you?
Oh, shit.
Do you want me to tell you?
Nah, you're good. You're
Okay.
You're good.
I'm not saying yes or no.
Okay, no, I saw it.
So don't take that as
I'm not reacting.
anything. Get
I saw
ready.
who it is.
Take Joe Klatt off the screen, damn it. That's hilarious. The Packers have used their first-round pick on defense 8 of the last 9 seasons.
They did it again.
Yeah.
Oh shit! This is gonna be. Oh, this is Jock. This is Jock.
Have you seen it yet, Stubbs?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, not even the best corner from his school.
Yeah.
He's
I don't
CB2
mind.
at Georgia.
I don't necessarily mind that going there. So
Yeah, I know. I don't either.
it sucks to have a corner fall off, sure, but
Yeah.
it's okay.
They literally like all the players before him. The top 3 traits they always give him positive ones, but for Stokes they're like he's really tight, like he's not flipping.
That's always something you want to be as a corner, right?
Well, again, this is pushing guys down the board.
Yeah,
And could Aaron Rodgers be happy with this?
No, there's no way he's happy with this.
Oh. I mean, who did you read for position needs? Was that McShay?
Yeah, it's McShay.
That was the last position group you read. Like, not even... They got Jair Alexander. They've got a shutdown corner. A top 5 corner in this league, and they ended up going with Eric Stokes.
They also have Kevin King, who was picked on in the playoffs, so that might be a reaction to that.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah,
day 2?
absolutely.
Day 2, let's go.
Let's go day 2.
All right. So I was asking what position groups they're looking at day 2. Here's the position groups they gave me, and I don't know if this is in any order or not. So, in order of what he put and not what we know of: cornerback, wide receiver, edge, guard, safety, linebacker.
Yeah, I mean that's.
So
I mean, I could argue. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so the when we were talking earlier about how he was saying that he had they were high on Horn and Surtain and they were taken, and they had considered Micah Parsons, so they were obviously looking corner linebacker, so we could have guessed that. Wide receivers up there. Guard might be a surprise to some.
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, O'Day's a 1-year deal, and he's already in his 30s. Filer's in his 30s. I know it was a 3-year deal, I think, 2 or 3 year.
I don't think Filer's in his 30s.
Filer is, I think, 30 years old.
Yeah, I think he's exactly 30.
But no, I said O'Day Abuche. O'Day is, I think, 30 or 31. And O'Day's a 1-year deal. So even if he's a starter, you only have him for the 1 year. So I totally understand guard as well.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's not really like on like
Matt
in mocks
Filer's
and stuff.
28
That
years
hasn't
old.
been on
He's
on
28?
people's radars.
28.
Okay.
Who is?
Filer.
Really?
You guys think they signed 3 30-year-old linemen? O'Day Abuche.
Abuche's 30, right?
29.
So
about to turn 30.
But he turns
Filer will
30
be 29.
June 5th.
Oh, okay.
Filer turns 29 July 7th, so he'll be 29 at the start of the season.
So the target's going to be, you can look for a combination of corner, wide receiver, edge, guard, safety, linebacker, which are all things we probably could have assumed. But, with the conversation we talked about earlier, corner was high on their board, linebacker was high on their board. I don't know if that's in order, but that's interesting.
Wide receiver is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Might speak towards feelings on, non-Allen receivers.
Yeah.
Corner being the first one you read off and mentioned seems fitting. I mean, that's clearly a big need. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mike Williams being on a 1-year deal, Tyron was nice in spots last year. Jalen Guyton was nice in spots last year, and then KJ Hill and Joe Reed were guys who drafted last year but didn't get much out of. So, I mean, it's definitely a position of need. And something they're definitely thinking about for the future, for sure.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Tyron Johnson and Guyton both like last year in their deal right now too?
I think you might be right on that.
So I think it's you got to do something, So it's like you're looking at 3 of your top 4 receivers likely not being or potentially not being on the team next year.
Yeah.
So I totally understand them wanting to address that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah. Oh, at least
1, 2, 3,
say
4,
running
5.
back, right?
Yeah. They didn't say running back. Nope. No.
Nice
Safety, linebacker. So cornerback, wide receiver, edge, guard, safety, linebacker. That's how he sent it to me. So
safety being again.
It sounds like it's in order mostly.
Probably, yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. And that's probably right.
You said corner, edge, wide receiver were the top 3?
Corner, wide receiver, edge.
Edge. Okay.
Guard, safety, linebacker.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could live with that. That makes sense. And there are some good wide receivers still that are out there. That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, at the top of two, Asante Samuel Jr. and say Elijah Moore are there. How tough is that decision?
Whew.
I mean, you're making the right decision no matter what. So I would probably go corner. I feel like it's the biggest immediate need. But I wouldn't be mad with Elijah Moore either.
Oh man, get ready for this pick, they say.
Or the Ravens?
No, for the Bills.
Oh, sorry, I just saw that. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Is that Drew Rosenhaus with him?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is.
Wow.
I mean, if you're looking at edge, but they've got Mario Addison and Jerry Hughes, but I guess they're older. But man, Jeremiah would have been such a good pick here for the Bills. Are you guys muted? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, gotcha. You got quiet. Man. So we'll look. So when we did this the last 2 years and we looked at the list that he sent me, it was like right on. So I'm curious how it falls into place again this year. You know, when I text him at the end of day one to see what positions they go for, and he gives me a handful of them, it's like almost always in order. I feel like so. I'll be interested to see how it falls. Cornerback, wide receiver. Right now, it's cornerback, wide receiver, edge, guard, safety, linebacker in that order. They've got 3 picks tomorrow. So corner, wide receiver, edge. Yeah, I'm curious to see like who's available and all that because Joe Tryon's might be there. Russo got picked before Tryon. Yeah. I know. I'm just hoping like we get that run. Tevin Jenkins is still available, right? So he could go here to the Ravens. But yeah, 2 more picks. But all those guys are gonna have to all those tackles. Tevin Jenkins could be picked. Radunz. How do you pronounce his last name? I've been mispronouncing it like Raduns. Yeah. Raduns, Mayfield, Eichenberg, all those guys. Cosme, Christensen, Hudson. I mean, all those guys are still available. So, yep. Your video's frozen for some reason, Stubbs. Yeah. I can't tell you what. All right. Well, as long as I can hear you, it's cool. There's only 2 picks left. I spent the first 20 minutes trying to figure this damn thing out. But we got it, baby! Mike, are you muted? Your mic's not muted or your thing's not muted? Can only hear you, Garrett. Wow. How did that happen? Yeah, but I don't think anybody can hear you. Just came back. Garrett Solo Show. Let's go. Hey. Frozen Mike and Daniel. Why? Yeah, but I can see your video, so let's see. All right. Is it worth trying to figure this thing out? Hold on. Everybody just chill. I can see you moving on the YouTube video. Stubbs is frozen, but I can't hear you. Yes, baby. Yes, Score More Podcast. Awesome. All my score morons, baby! Welcome! These two are my silent co-hosts. Dude, yeah, man, that was kind of on the fly thing, and I loved it. And I think I might need to do more of it. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna try to fix you, Stebbs. Oh, for fuck's sake. So guys, just stick with us for a second. I don't know why. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so Stebbs, where's your video? Thank you everybody for sticking with us, even though it's just me. I know that Mike's still here, but you can't hear him. I can. I might relay what he's saying, I might not. Oh. Is it a corner? Good. Where is Stebbs? Definitely. And you guys might be talking to yourself, by the way, but... Alright, Stebbs, I'm going to try to get you in here now. I'm just talking out loud, so it's not silent, but,
Oh, okay.
Is it one of the guys we spoke of, Daniel?
I mean, we said a bunch of names.
Okay.
Do you want to know who it is? I don't think anyone else here.
Yeah.
It's Owe.
See, that's what I thought. I thought it was probably Owe.
Yeah, that's fine.
But why would they do that? They picked like Jalen Ferguson not too long ago, who had he had like the college football record for like sacks, and he ended up being a terrible athlete. They got no production.
Literally, yeah. Big
All right.
Big old fat zero in the column.
So
Eric, he's older. Pernell McPhee's older also.
So we should have Mike here, and Stebbs should be back, hopefully.
Yep, we hear them now.
Let's
Yep,
see.
Them now. Yep, sounds good.
Yep, they can hear me now. Welcome back, boys. Okay, so
Oh, we've got the echo?
Jason.
Good God, man. Come on, guys. What are you guys doing?
Blame Skype.
No, you know who we blame.
Yes,
We blame
yes.
Matthew Stanley.
Stanley's to blame for the echo. I will agree. Apparently Skype has a... the hell was that sound?
Okay, now. Here we go. Where's the echo? Is it still here? Is it nasty?
Testing.
Some would say we were lost in D.
Hashtag F Stanley for leaving us?
He's in the chat.
Are we good now?
Testing. Is the echo still there? For the last pick of the draft. First round.
Jesus, I'm gonna have to look into this now? Come on, guys.
Pick is already in the Bucks.
Yeah, they're announcing it now. Being that's the last one of the night, I will not spoil anything.
Garrett is fine. Echo is worse with Daniel. Gotta love that, baby. How about now, Daniel? Say what's up.
What is up? This last pick, huh? Interesting,
oh,
yeah.
Crap. Okay. Well, that's it. Mike, when you got the pick, let me know.
Okay.
And say it out loud so the chat can let us know if you're echoing, and if you are, we'll just get out of here. If you're not, then we can talk.
Joe fucking Tryon, excuse my language, but damn, he was
fixed.
He's exactly who the Bucks want in edge rusher, and it sucks that he just happened to go there.
It's a good pick, man.
Good.
It is a very good pick.
And it sounds like the sound's better. Stubbs.
Yo.
No echo.
No echo. There we go.
Guys, I am now a host, a producer, and an OBS master.
Sounds like you're the whole squad. You're the whole production team.
We'll be good tomorrow. All right, so let's just talk about what we already talked about. I mean, this is an AA plus draft for the Chargers, no doubt. Rashawn Slater. Going into tomorrow, Asante Samuel Jr., we talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the top target. Who else are you guys looking at?
Well, it's not Asante Samuel Jr. I think if wide receiver's really up there, you got to look at a guy like Elijah Moore. Rondale Moore is just like offensive weapons that could elevate an offense like this. Besides him, Boogie Basham, maybe, if edge rusher becomes that important. As far as offensive linemen go, I don't think they need to double dip at tackle if they wanted to go guard. I mean, you still got a guy like Creed Humphrey who could probably play either of the interior positions. Tevin Jenkins is still on the board if he happens to fall. They wanted to make a bigger offensive line, putting him inside the guard or future right tackle, then, there's an option. I think there's quite a few places that they can go, but we still got to go through 12 picks before they get to their selection at 47. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, adding on to those names you said, I agree with all of them. Edge, you also have Azeez Ojulari, who I do like quite a bit. Boogie Basham, like you said. Joseph Osai, I don't know if I put him in the same class as those other guys. Elijah Molden, corner, also. Wide receiver, you said Elijah Moore. Rondale Moore is also still out there. And there's some questions about him, but man, when he was playing, it was explosive. Yeah, I mean those guys. Landon Dickerson, interior also. If you're okay with the knee, his tape was fantastic. Yeah, I mean we listed more than 12 guys, I think. So there's that. What about you, Garrett?
Yeah, JOK sticks out a lot just because. Yes. I just feel like that's going to be a guy that Tom Telesco's really going to like if he's there in that spot, or at least he's going to look at it. Kind of has that Isaiah Simmons role carved out. Having a guy like JOK and Derwin James like roaming that second level seems really, really appealing. That's a very explosive sideline to sideline cover. So I would love that pairing. Of course, Asante Samuel Jr. is probably the best case scenario right now, going into top of 2. I love Tyson Campbell, who is right there with Asante Samuel now. We talked about Paulson Adebo, who, maybe not F47, but looking back when they get to the 3rd round, is a guy I would definitely look at. I love Boogie Basham. He would be real good there. And I'm trying to think of any of the... we talked about wide receiver. So the list was corner, wide receiver, edge, guard, safety, linebacker. Who's the guy we were talking about earlier? Grant would be great.
Richie Grant.
Grant would be great. Morrig is still there.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Those are some really good guys. Like Mike mentioned, Rondell Moore would be a real good fit for this team. I know he measured out small, but his athletic testing was off the charts, and this team needs speed. I know that a lot of guys argued about Jalen Guyton's speed and Tyron's speed, but like Mike Williams, that's all long speed. This is a real fast guy that could beat you at any level of the field. So Rondell Moore would just be a perfect fit there if he's available at 47. I love the way he could fit into this offense in the slot. He could play outside too, but for 2021, having Keenan, Mike Williams, and Rondell Moore running the slot, I mean, Jamie was talking about a walking touchdown. Like he's one of those guys. He is a dude. And if you want a guy that can put pressure on a free safety in the back end, Rondell Moore for me would be an unbelievable fit. So I think, of the guys we talked about, Asante Samuel at corner. We talked about Tyson Campbell, who I like. I know some of you, I don't think Mike likes him that much, but I like Tyson Campbell. We talked about Dabo being an option too. Basham being an option. I'm just kind of going through my list in my head. Rondell Moore, the two safeties, Grant, Morrig is still available. There's some good talent, and JOK, of course, being available. So there's some good dudes. And Dickerson, you mentioned, would be great on the inside. That's a first-round guy for a lot of teams. So there's some good talent there, and I think there's definitely going to be one of those names that we talked about between three of us available there at 47.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of them. I mean, we just listed probably close to 20 dudes, and there's going to be at least several of them there. It's a lot of exciting possibilities, man. Other wide receivers, if Terrace Marshall is more your guy, you have a guy like him. You also have Diami Brown. He has a lot of fans too. Dan was ever explosive in North Carolina.
Marshall doesn't really fit it for me, just in terms of his play style, because he's more of a possession receiver. But Brown, Deontay Brown, like you mentioned, Rondell Moore, Elijah Moore. I mean, there's some electric players.
A lot of talent out there. Tevin Jenkins, that one surprises me a lot too.
Yeah. Oh my God. Could you imagine if Tevin Jenkins is still there at 47? How do you not just take a swing and have him
put him at right guard,
compete at that guard spot?
Yeah, man, that's a lot to consider. But it's good to have these options. There's this many guys that we'd all be comfortable with taking. That's a good position to be in.
Yeah.
Hitting an A+ in the first round lets that happen. So. Hey,
yeah, man.
It was a good first night, I think, everybody. Great first night.
Yeah, I mean, they could, I don't want to say they could punt day 2 because they can't, but this was
you gotta get at least a starter.
Yeah, because there are starters still available, guys that could help the Chargers right away.
Yeah, I forgot about it, but you're right. JOK still being in there, man. Oof. Exactly. Good stuff, man. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anything else, Mike, before we head off here?
No. Any other sentiments I have would just echo what you guys have been saying. I think the way the second half of the first round ended up, a lot of players went, I wouldn't say a lot, but enough players went where you're kind of looking at, 12 picks before the Chargers pick again at 47, and there's still plenty of good, talented players who will be on the board, and I that's exciting. They made the right choice when Slater was still available at 13. If there's any sort of real notable player at 47 still on the board somehow, I'd like to think that they're able to make the right move and add that type of talent. So I'm excited. Tomorrow afternoon can't get here soon enough.
Yeah. So if you see it on the screen, Daniel's at D-Steps, Mike's at Zone Tracks. You guys are following them. Don't forget Stanley's at Boltfan in Denver. He just started that account again. And Jamie's at Lightning_round. We appreciate everybody that tuned in, stuck with us through the little hiccups at the beginning here, but we're all good now. And we're going to be good for day 2. And we'll be here. We are not going to be here for day 3. That's we're probably not going to make it for day 3, but we'll definitely be here tomorrow. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone.
And we will
Thanks, everybody.
see you later.
So the concerns